The translation of the Great Isaiah Scroll. All text and translation copyright by Fred P. Miller 2001. The Essenes in Qumran who copied this scroll approximately 100 BCE are not to be considered the protectors of an accurate text identical with the Tanakh, which would have been revered by the rabbis. They were actually far from the mainstream, and it is clear that the Q text of Isaiah is a dialect of Hebrew. It is not a translation, but is characterized by modifications in spelling and personal pronouns to match the then current Aramaic dialect that the Essenes would have spoken. It was much like changing ye, thee, and thou to you, and thine to yours would be to us. Thus the preservation of an identical letter-for-letter received text was not at all a part of their motivation in their use of the scriptures. The Qumran texts that I have translated, 1 Qasa, and 1 Qphab, are dialects of Hebrew and not the Hebrew of the Tanakh. Preservation of the original Hebrew letter-for-letter text was the role played by the rabbis of the mainstream in Jerusalem and Babylon, Surah, Nahardia and Pumbedita, and they had a special class, an office called scribes, who carefully copied manuscripts, then kept the new and destroyed the old. The Essenes were not and did not claim to be copyists of the same genre. With this fact in mind, that the Qumran scribes used their own discretion to alter the text to fit their own dialect, then the correspondence between the text of the Great Isaiah Scroll and the Masoretic text of Isaiah is all the more remarkable. In the following translation I am only changing word order within some lines but not between lines. For instance, the Hebrew word order in line 6 of page 44 is ground dry, and I am changing it to dry ground. In English, adjectives usually precede nouns, and in Hebrew they follow after the noun they modify. If one is able to make sense out of the word order even though it is clumsy in English, I am leaving it as it is in a word-for-word order where possible. I am making as nearly as possible a word-for-word translation and using the person and number of verbs and number and gender of nouns and pronouns that are in the Q text. If the person number or gender of nouns, pronouns, or verbs differs from the M text in this translation, you can be fairly certain that the Q text contains that reading. There are idioms that are difficult to translate word for word. For instance, he has healed us, on page 44 in verse 5 and line 11 is a possible rendering of the text. Most translators have chosen, with his stripes we are, or were, healed. The word for word Hebrew is idiomatic and hard to translate word for word. It is, in the wounds of him we are healed to us. Heb, Yeshayahu of Nerpe Lenu, words that are implied but not in the actual text I have placed in italics. I am certain that the rendering below is accurate, but as it is possible for humans to make mistakes, I would appreciate it if you find one to point it out to me. Relative to the time of a verb, as to it being past or present time, Hebrew verbs are not time-defined. Only the context can determine the time, past, present, or future. Thus in the translation it is legitimate for you to change the tense of the verb to suit what you believe to be the case. For instance, line 8 of page 44, it would be just as accurate to write, he is despised and we do not esteem him. Surely our griefs he bore, as would be, he was despised and we did not esteem him. Surely he is bearing our griefs. I have not corrected idioms but left them word for word. For instance, in line 15 of page 44 at the end of verse 8 I have left the literal words, a wound was to him, instead of smoothing it out to, he had a wound, or, he was wounded. Paragraphs which are part of the Q text are shown by adding, pp, to the end of the paragraph and leaving a blank line between the numbered lines. In the translation of the Great Isaiah Scroll which follows, the column numbers and the line numbers correspond to the pages and the corresponding lines in the scroll. All the corresponding words are found on the same numbered line in the scroll without exception. The numerals in parentheses mark the verses. Chapter divisions are marked within the text, or if a space is left for the chapter division in the scroll, this is noted. The presence or non-presence of articles and conjunctions will be followed as consistently as possible. If a conjunction is called for in English but does not appear in the Hebrew text, it will remain left out or be in italics. Since therefore, as much as is possible, this is a word-for-word translation, the attempt is made to also use corresponding parts of speech. And since, a word-for-word translation is being used so that the lines have the corresponding words on them, this will necessarily make for a more clumsy translation. The translation therefore will not be smooth, but it will be accurate and the beginning Hebrew student should be able to easily find the place in the text of the word, or words, he may be interested in. Paragraphs marked in the Q text will have a blank line between them in the translation even though that is not the case in the Q text. Symbols in the translated text. 1. Verses are marked with parentheses. pp. Paragraphs are marked with pp. Plus text plus, these brackets, are placed around added words in Q not found in the M text. These brackets mark words found in M that differ from Q, M, text, and M plus text plus, words found in M that do not appear in Q. Not all are marked. Added words by the translator to smooth the translation are in italics. Words assumed to be in a lacuna are marked, thus. This symbol marks an omission found in the M text that is not in the Q scroll text. M text and this symbol, and indicates text written above the line. Text. Text dotted by the scribe or editor to show it was written mistakenly. Text. Some words have been crossed out or scribbled over by the original scribe to correct his own mistake. S-text S marks a different spelling. Asterisk indicates a scribal mark in the margin column I Isaiah chapter 1:1-26:1. 1. The vision of Isaiah, and Yod and the son of Amoz which he envisioned about Judah and Jerusalem, and Yod and in the days, and Vav and of Uzziah. 2. Jotham, Achaz, and Ye and Hizkiah kings of Judah. 2. Hear O heavens and give ear O earth. 3. Because Yhwh declares, I have raised and matured sons and they have transgressed against me. 3. The ox knows his purchaser. 4. And the ass the feeding trough of his owner. Israel does not know and my people do not consider. 4. Woe sinning nation. 5. A people burdened with faults, a seed of evil ones, perverted sons, they have abandoned Yhwh, they have spurned. 6. The Holy One of Israel, they are estranged backward. 5. Why are you yet being struck, you add rebellion, the whole head is 6. 7. Every heart is faint. 6. From the sole of the foot even to the head, there is no soundness in it but wounds and bruises and new sores. 8. They are not closed up nor bandaged, nor softened with oil. 7. Your land is desolate, your cities burned. 9. With fire, your land, strangers devour it in your presence, and his desolation is upon her, as the overthrowing of strangers. 10. 8. And the daughter of Zion is left behind as a shed in a vineyard, and like a hut in a cucumber field, like a Nazarene city. 9. Unless Yhwh 11. Of hosts had caused a very small remnant of us to remain we would be like Sodom, we would resemble Gomorrah. pp. 12. 10. Hear the word of Yhwh princes of Sodom and give ear to the Torah of our God people of Gomorrah. 11. What are they to me? 13. Your multiplied sacrifices, says Yhwh, I am sated with holocausts of rams and the fat of fatlings, and in the blood. 14. Of bulls and lambs and goats I have no delight. 12. When you come to see my face to make this request. 15. From your hands treading my courtyard. 13. Do not continue to bring empty gifts, incense is an abomination. 16. To me, new moon and Sabbaths, calling of reading meetings, I am not able to endure even the sacred assembly. 14. Your new moons and seasonal feasts. 17. My soul hates, they are a burden to me, I am tired of bearing them. 15. And when you spread your hands I will hide my eyes. 18. From you, also when you multiply prayer I will not listen, your hands are full of blood. Plus and your fingers plus, Aramaic. 19. Plus of iniquity plus. 16. Wash and make yourselves clean and turn away the evil of your habitual practices from before my eyes, stop doing evil. 17. Learn. 20. To do well, pursue judgment, bless the oppressed, judge the orphan, contend for the widow. pp. 21. Please come and let us reason together, says Yhwh, if your sins are like scarlet they shall be white as snow. 22. If they be as red as crimson they shall be as wool. 19. If you are obedient and you give heed then of the good of the land, you shall eat. 23, 20, but if you refuse and you rebel you will be devoured by the sword because the mouth of Yhwh has said it. 24, 21, how is the faithful city become like a harlot, it was full of justice, righteousness lodged, in her and now, 25. Murderers. 22, your silver is like dross and your liquor is diluted with water. 23, your princes, are rebels, 26. And friends of thieves, all of them love a bribe, and are pursuing graft, the fatherless you do, not judge and contending for the 27. Widow does not come to them. 24, therefore says the Lord, Yhwh of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, 28. It will be I will be comforted about my foes and I will be avenged on my enemies. 25, and my hand will be turned upon you and I, will purge with lie, 29. Your dross and I will remove all of your tin. 26, and I will restore your judges as at the first and, your advisers, column 2 Isaiah 1 verse 26 to 2:21 1. 126 Cant, as at the beginning. Afterward you shall be called the righteous city, the faithful city. 27, Zion with judgment 2. Shall be redeemed and her repenters with justice. 28, and the transgressors and sinners shall be broken together and those who abandon 3. Yhwh shall be terminated. 29, because you shall be ashamed of the oak idols which you have longed for and you will be confused by the gardens for which you have chosen. 30, because you shall become like a fading oak leaf on it and like a garden which has no water. 5, 31, and the strong, plus your plus, shall be like lint and the fashioner, plus your plus, of it like a spark and both of them shall burn together 6. And no one shall extinguish them. pp. 7. Chapter 2:1, the word which Isaiah the son of Amoz envisioned about Judah and Jerusalem. 2, and it shall be 8. In the last days that the mountain of the house of Yhwh shall be established in the top of the mountains and shall be lifted up 9. Above the hills and all nations shall flow into it. 3, and many people shall come and shall say 10. Come, let us go up, to the house of the God of Jacob and he will instruct us in his ways and we will walk in his paths. 11. Because the Torah shall go out from Zion, the word of Yhwh from Jerusalem, 4, and he will judge among the nations 12. And he will cause rebuke, plus among plus, many peoples and they shall beat, plus f plus, their swords to plows and their spears to 13. Scythes, and nation shall not lift up sword against nation, and they will not learn war any more. 14, 5, O come house of Jacob and we will walk in the light of Yhwh, 6, because you have abandoned your people, the house of Jacob 15. Because they are filled with eastern ways and conjure like the Philistines and they applaud the children of strangers. 16, 7, their land is full of silver and gold and there is no end to their wealth, also their land is full of horses 17. And there is no end to their chariots. 8, and their land is full of idols, the work of their hands, they worship that which 18. Their own fingers have made, 9, and humanity bows down and man is abased. Q omits the last 3 words of verses 9 and all of verses 10. 11, the haughty eyes of man 19. Shall, plus be made to plus, fall down and the highness of men shall be abased and Yhwh only shall be exalted in that day, 20. 12, because the day of Yhwh of hosts shall be on all the proud and mighty and exalted and they shall be brought down, 13, and on all the cedars 21. Of Lebanon, the mighty and the exalted and on all the oaks of Bashan. 14, and on all the mountains of 22. Mighty, Ness and on all the exalted hills. 15, and upon every strong tower and upon 23. Every walled fortress, 16, and on all the ships of Tarshish and on every desirable craft. 17, and shall be brought low 24. The haughtiness of a man and the highness of men shall be brought down and Yhwh only shall be exalted in that day. 25, 18, and the Edo, ls shall be completely abolished. 19, and they shall go into rock caves and into caverns of dust from the presence of 26. The fear of Yahweh and from his glorious majesty when he arises to terrify the earth. pp. 27. 20. In that day, shall humanity cast away the idols of silver and the idols of gold which 28. They made for themselves, with their fingers, to worship to the moles and to the bats. 21. To go into the crevices 29. Of the rocks and into the high parts of the crags from the presence of the fear of Yahweh and from the glory of his majesty. Column 3 Isaiah 2 verse 21 to 3:24 1. 2:21 Kant, when he arises to terrify the earth. 22. Stop depending on humanity whose life too is in his nostrils because of what account is he. pp. 3. Chapter 3:1, because behold the Lord Yahweh is taking away from Jerusalem and from Judah 4. The stay and the staff, the complete stay of bread and the complete stay of water, 2, the mighty man and the man 5. Of war, the judge, the prophet, the sophist, and the elder, 3, the captain of 50, the exhorter, 6. The wise craftsman, and enchanting speaker. 4, and I will give youths for their leaders, plus 7. And capricious children shall rule over them. 5, and the people shall be oppressed by each other and each man by his neighbor. 8, and the youth shall act arrogantly against the elder, and the lowly against the honorable. 6, then a man will grasp his brother. 9. Of the house of his father, and say you have clothes, you shall be our ruler and this overthrow. 10. Shall be under your hand. 7, plus and plus, he will raise up in that day and say I will not be governor. 11. For in my house there is no bread and there are no clothes, do not make me a ruler of the people. 8, because overthrown. 12. Is Jerusalem and Judah is fallen. Because their tongue and their habits are against Yahweh to embitter. 13. The eyes of his glory. 9, the appearance of their faces witness against them and they tell their sins like Sodom. 14, they do not conceal it. Woe to their souls because they have repaid evil to themselves. 10, say to the righteous. 15. That it will be well because they will eat of the fruit of their habits. 11, woe to the evil wicked because. 16. He returns to himself the recompense of his own hands. 12, foolish children are the oppressors of my people and women rule over them, O my people. 17. Your leaders lead you astray and, they swallow up the ways of your paths. pp. 18. 13, Yahweh stands up to contend, he stands to judge the people. 14, Yahweh goes into judgment with. 19. The elders of his people and his princes for you have consumed the vineyard and the loot of the poor is in, and your houses. 20. 15. What is it to you that you beat my people and you crush the faces of the poor says the, and Lord and, Yahweh. 21. Of hosts. pp. 22. 16, and Yahweh said, because the daughters of Zion are haughty, walking with outstretched. 23. Necks and wanton eyes, walking delicately as they walk and with their feet they. 24. Rattle bangles. 17, and the Lord and Yahweh and will strike with a scab the scalp of the daughters of Zion and the Lord their secret parts. 25. Will lay bare. 18, in that day. Yahweh and Adonai and will turn aside the beauty of their bangles and tiaras, and and. 26. And the woven hair pieces and the turbans. 19, and the pendants and the bracelets and the veils. 27, 20, and the bonnets and the anklets and the sashes and the perfumes and the charms. 28, plus and plus, the rings and the nose jewels. 22, plus and plus, the stately robes and the coats, mitpachoth, and the purses. 29. 23, and the mirrors and the linen shifts and the diadems and the mantillas. 24, and it shall be. Column 4 Isaiah 3 verse 24 to 5:14 1. Chapter 3:24 Kant, a stink there instead of spice and instead of a girdle a rope and instead of well-set hair too. Baldness and instead of a sash a girding of sackcloth, because burning, instead of beauty there is shame. 25, your males shall fall by the sword. 3. And your mighty men, and off and, in war. 26, and her portals shall lament and mourn and being cut off she shall sit on the ground. pp. 4. Chapter 4:1, and 7 women shall seize one man in that day saying we will eat our own bread and our own garments. 5. We will wear, only let your name be called upon us to take away our reproach. 2. In that day shall the branch of Yhwh 6. Be as beauty and as glory and the fruit of the earth as majesty and pride for the escaped of Israel and Judah. 7. 3. And it shall be that the remnant in Zion and those remaining in Jerusalem shall be called holy, all the ones written 8. Among the living in Jerusalem. 4. When the Lord has washed the excrement of the daughters of Zion and the blood of 9. Jerusalem he has cleansed from her midst by the spirit of judgment and the spirit of burning. 5. And Yhwh will create upon 10. Every establishment of Mount Zion and upon her congregations a daily cloud. Omission of 14 words in VSS 5 and 6, from the heat for a refuge. 11. From storm and from rain. pp. 12. Chapter 5:1, Now let me sing a song to my beloved of his vineyard. My beloved had a vineyard in a fruitful hill, literally, in a horn of oil. 13, 2, and he fenced it and cast out the stones and he planted choice grapes and he built a tower in the midst of it and also laid out a winepress. 14. In it. And he hoped it would make grapes and it made worthless grapes. 3, and now you dwellers in Jerusalem. 15. And men of Judah judge you between me and my vineyard. 4, what more is to be done for my vineyard that I have not? 16. Done to it. Why when I hoped to produce grapes did there come up wild grapes? 5, and now let me tell. 17. You what I am going to do to my vineyard. I will remove its fence and it shall be for burning and dividing up its wall. 18. And it shall be for treading down. 6, and I will appoint it a waste and it shall not be trimmed nor cultivated and briars and thorns shall come up. 19. And to the clouds I will command them from raining rain upon it. 7. Because the vineyard of Yhwh of hosts is the house of Israel. 20. And the men of Judah are his delightful plant. When he hoped for judgment he beheld spilling of blood and for righteousness he beheld. 21. A cry. pp. 22, 8, Woe to those joining house to house and field to field. They accumulate them until there is no place and they, plus exalt plus, themselves. 23. In the midst of the land. 9, Yhwh of hosts said in my ears, surely many houses shall be desolate. 24. Great and fine shall be without inhabitant. 10, because 10 acres of vineyard shall produce 1 bath 9 gallons. 25. And the seed of an homer will ake an ephah, pp. 26. 11, Woe to those rising early in the morning that they may pursue strong drink, lingering till the spirit of wine lights them up. 12, and there are 27. The harp and the viol and the tambourine and ine are in their feasts but the labors of Yhwh they do not consider nor the works. 28. Of his hands do they see. 13, Therefore they are taken captive, my people, because of lack of knowledge and the glory of their males is starvation and their masses. 29. Are dried up with thirst. 14. Therefore, Sheol has widened her soul and gaped her mouth without limit and they go down. V Isaiah 5 verse 14 to 6:7-1. Continue 5:14, and her splendor and their masses and her pomp and the any rejoice in go down into it. 15, and humanity shall be brought down and mankind shall be humbled and the eyes of the high ones shall be humbled. 16, but Yhwh of hosts shall be exalted in judgment and the holy God shall be sanctified. 3. In righteousness. 17, and the lambs shall feed as usual while sojourners shall eat the waste places of the fatlings. pp. 4. 18, Woe to and the ones dragging evil with ropes of vanity and sin with a cart rope. 19. Those saying, Let him speed 5. And hasten his work, and yod and, so that we may see, and let the advice of the Holy One of Israel draw near and come 6. And we will know it. 20. Woe to those who call evil good, and a good evil, putting darkness for light 7. And light for darkness, putting bitter for sweet and sweet for bitter. 21. Woe to those who are wise in their own eyes, and iron and 8. And understanding before their own faces. 22. Woe to those who are mighty to drink wine and men of might to mix 9. Strong drink. 23. Those who justify the wicked for the sake of a bribe while they take away the justice of the righteous from him. 24. Therefore 10. As a flame eats the stubble and the flaming fire consumes the chaff, their root shall be as rottenness and their fruit 11. Shall become dust because they have rejected the Torah of Yahweh of hosts and the word of the Holy One 12. Of Israel they have despised. 25. Therefore the anger of Yahweh burns against his people and he has stretched out his hand on them and he has struck them 13. And the mountains trembled and their carcasses were as torn in the midst of the highways. For all this 14. His anger is not turned away but his hand is still outstretched. 26. And he will lift up an ensign to the nations and he will whistle 15. To them from the end of the earth and behold they will come with speed swiftly. 27. None shall be tired and none shall stumble, and neither 16. Shall they slumber nor sleep neither shall their waistband of their loins be loosened nor the thong of their shoes be broken. 28. Whose 17. Arrows are sharp and all their bows are bent and the hooves of their horses are esteemed as flint 18. And their wheels like a whirlwind. 29. Their roaring is like a lion, they roar like a young lion's and they shall growl and seize, and Aleph and 19. There are dots above the line here but they do not seem necessary, the prey and flee but none shall deliver it. 30. And they shall roar against them like the roaring of the sea and if one looks 20. To the earth and he will behold darkness and sorrow and the light will be dark in the midst of it. pp. 21. Chapter 6:1. In the year of the death of King Uzziah I saw the Lord sitting on a throne, high and lifted up 22. And his train filled the temple. 2 Seraphim stood above him. They had 6 wings 23. Each, with 2 they covered their faces, and with 2 they covered their feet, and with 2 they flew. 24. 3, and they called to each other, Holy holy is Yahweh of hosts, the whole earth is full of his glory. 25. 4, and the pillars of the threshold shook at the voice of the one crying and the house was filled with smoke. 5, and I said 26. Woe is me because I am cut off because I am a man of unclean lips and in the midst of a people of unclean 27. Lips I am dwelling. Because my eyes have seen the King Yahweh of hosts. 28. 6, and there flew to me one of the seraphim and in his hand a live coal taken with tongs 29. From upon the altar. 7, and he touched it to my mouth, and he said Behold this has touched your lips and it has been turned column 6 Isa 6:7 to 7:15:1. Continue 6:7, your iniquity away and your sins have been forgiven. 8, and I heard he voice of the Lord saying, Whom to? Shall I send and who will go for us? And I said Here am I, send me. 9, and he said, Go and say 3. To this people you surely hear but you do not understand and you surely see but you do not perceive. 10, the name 4. Of the heart of this people and their ears are heavy and their eyes are blinded lest they might see with their eyes 5. And with their ears they might hear and understand with their hearts and repent and be healed by it. 11, and I said, How long 6? YHWH, M, Adonai. And he said to me, Until the cities lie wasted without inhabitants and the houses 7. Without man and the land be wasted desolate. 12, and YHWH has removed man afar 8. And there is a great abandoning in the midst of the land. 13, yet in it shall be a 10th and it shall return and it shall be 9. For burning as an elm and as an oak whose memorial pillar is in itself, the holy seed is 10. Her memorial. pp. * 11. Chapter 7:1. It came to pass in the days of Ahaz, son of Jotham, son of Uzziah, king of Judah, that Rezin came up 12. King of Syria, and Pekah son of Remaliah king of Israel to Jerusalem to make war against it. 13. And they were not able to capture it. 2. And it was told to the house of David, saying, Syria is allied with 14. Ephraim, and the hearts of the people were shaken as the trees of forest are shaken in the presence of a wind. pp. 15. 3. And Yhwh said to Isaiah, Go out now to meet Ahaz, you and Yeshayahu 16. Your son to the end of the watercourse of the upper pool, to the road of the field of the launderer. 4. And you shall say 17. To him listen and be quiet, and do not be afraid, and do not let your heart fail, from the 2 tales 18. Of these smoking firebrands. Because of the hot anger of Rezin and Syria and the son of 19. Remaliah. 5. Because Syrian has counseled evil against you with Ephraim and the son of Remaliah, saying, 20. 6. Let us go up against Judah, and we will distress her and divide her for ourselves, and we will crown a king in her midst. 21. Even the son of Tabeel. 7. Thus says the Lord Yhwh, it will not be established, and it will not happen. 22. 8. Because the head of Syria is Damascus, and the head of Damascus is Rezin, and within 60. 23. 5. Ars Ephraim shall be broken and not be a people. 9. And the head of Ephraim is Samaria, and the head of 24. Samaria is the son of Remaliah. If you do not have faith, you will not be trusted. pp. 25. 10. And continuing, Yhwh spoke to Ahaz, saying, 11. Ask for yourself a sign from Yhwh your God. 26. From the deep ask it, or from the height above. 12. And Ahaz said, I will nor ask, and I will not. 27. Tempt the Yhwh. 13. And he said, Hear now, O house of David, is it a small thing for you? 28. To where, why men, will you also weary God? 14. Therefore, plus Yhwh plus Adonai himself will give to you a sign. 29. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bring forth a son, and he shall call his name Emmanuel. 15. Butter and honey. Column 7, Isaiah 7 verse 15 to 8:8:1. Continue 7:15. Shall he eat so that he will know to refuse evil and choose good? 16. Because, and for the youth shall know to refuse the evil and to choose, and vav and the good, the land that you despise shall be separated, and vav and from presence of 3. The 2 kings. 17. And Yhwh will bring upon you and upon your people and upon the house of your fathers days 4. Which have not come since the turning away of Ephraim from Judah, even the king of Assyria. 5. 18. It will come to pass in that day that Yhwh will whistle for the fly which is at the ends of the streams of 6. Egypt, and for the bee which is in the land of Assyria. 19. And they shall come and rest, all of them in the stream, and vav and 7. Beds, and in the holes of the rock cliffs, and on all the thorns and all shrubbery. 8. 20. In that day the Lord will shave with a hired razor, with those over the river, with the king of 9. Assyria, the head and the hair of, and the feet, and also it will consume, plus Etha plus, the beard. pp. 10. 21. And it will come to pass in that day that a man will raise a heifer calf and 2 sheep. 22. And it shall be 11. Because of the produce of much milk he shall eat butter, because butter and honey they shall be eating, all 12. Those who are left in the midst of the land. pp. 13. 23. And it shall be, and in that day in the place where there were 1,000 vines. 14. At the cost of 1,000 silver coins it shall become briars and thorns. 24. With arrows and bows they shall come. 15. There the whole land shall become briars and thorns. 25. but on all the hills 16. That are cultivated with the hoe, the fear of briars and thorns shall not come there 17. And Yod and Bethwa it shall be for sending oxen and the treading of sheep. pp. 18. Chapter 8:1, and Yhwh said to me, take to yourself a large scroll and write in it, and with and a pen 19. Of man for Mar Shalal Hashbaz. 2. And I caused to testify for me faithful witnesses, 20. Uriah the priest and Zechariah son of Jeberechiah. 3. And I drew near to 21. The prophetess and she conceived and bore a son. And Yhwh said to me 22. Call his name Mar Shalal Hashbaz. 4. Because before the youth shall know to call 23. His father and his mother, it shall be taken away, the wealth of Damascus and the spoil of Samaria 24. By the king of Assyria. pp. 25. 5. And Yhwh continued to speak to me saying, 6. Because this people despises 26. The waters of Shiloh which go lightly and rejoice in Rezin and the son of 27. Remaliah, 7. Therefore behold, Yhwh and Adonai and is bringing up on you the waters of the river Euphrates 28. Strong and with multitudes, even the king of Assyria. And all his glory and he shall go up 29. Over all his channels and over all his river banks. 8. And he shall go through Judah overflowing column 8 Isa 8:8 to 9:11:1. Continue 8:8, and pass over and shall reach Seir and he shall stretch out his wings filling the wideness of your land O Emmanuel. 2. 9. Join together peoples but you shall be broken, and give and ear to all far off lands, and prepare yourselves but you shall be broken. 3. 10. Counsel advice but it shall be annulled, make speeches but it will not stand for Emmanuel has spoken. pp. 4. 11. For thus said Yhwh to me, with a strong hand he corrected me from walking in the way of this people, saying, 5. 12. Say ye not, a conspiracy, to all this people who say a conspiracy and do not fear their fear 6. Nor shall you be in dread of Yhwh of hosts, 13, and he is a sanctuary, and he is your fear and he is 7. Your dread, 14, and for sanctification but for a rock of stumbling and he is a rock cliff of offense to both houses of Israel 8. For a snare and for a trap to the inhabitants of Jerusalem. 15. And many among them shall stumble and they shall fall and they shall be broken, snared 9. Are and captured. 16. Make straight the testimony and seal up the Torah among the learner. 17. And I will wait for Yhwh 10. Who is hiding, and his face from the house of Jacob and I will hope for him. 18. Look I and the children whom 11. Yhwh has given to me are for a sign and wonders in Israel, from Yhwh of hosts who is dwelling in Mount Zion. pp. 12. 19. And in that they say to you, pursue the fathers, and Vav and wizards and to the ones having unnatural knowledge and those making peeping sounds 13. And the moaners, should not a people pursue their God for answers, for the living, not the dead, 20, from the Torah 14. And the testimony, 20 ought to begin here, if they are not speaking according to this word in which there is no darkness, 21, then they shall pass through it in hardness 15. And hunger. And it shall be when they shall hunger that they will be wrathful and curse their king and against God and turn from above, 22, and to 16. The earth they will look and behold sorrow and darkness dimness and anguish and they shall be driven into gloom. 23, English chapter 9:1 begins here, yet, and Vav and the dimness 17. Shall not be like that which was her anguish when at the first time he lightly caused anguish to the land of Zebulun and to the land of Naphtali and afterward 18. More heavily caused anguish by way of the sea beyond Jordan, Galilee of the Gentiles. English chapter 9:2, 1, the people walking in darkness 19. Have seen a great light. Those dwelling in the land of the shadow of death, light has shined upon them, 2, you have increased 20. Asterisk, the nation but you have not enlarged the joy. They rejoice before you as those who rejoice in harvest and as when they are happy. Asterisk, 21. In the division of spoil. 3. Because the yoke of his burden and the staff of his shoulder, the rod of his oppressor you have broken. 22. As in the day of Midian. 4. Because every war of a warrior is with noise and clothes rolled in blood but this one. 23. With burning consuming fire. 5. Because a child shall be born to us and a son is given to us and the government shall be upon. 24. His shoulders and he shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. 6. Of the increase. 25. Of his government, and Vav and his peace there shall be no end. Upon the throne of David and over his kingdom to order it and to establish it. 26. In judgment and in righteousness from and until eternity, the zeal of Yhwh of hosts will perform this. 27. 7. The Lord sent a word upon Jacob, and it fell in Israel. 8. And the people know, all of them, Ephraim and the inhabitants of. 28. Samaria in the pride and largeness of heart saying, 9. The bricks are fallen but with hewn stones we will build. The fig trees. 29. Are cut down but we will change them to cedars. 10. And Yhwh will set on high the enemies of Rezin against him and his foes. 30. He will gather together. 11. Syrians from the east and the Philistines behind and they shall eat up Israel with open mouth, and Yod and, column 9 Isaiah 9 verse 11 to 10 14 1. Continue 9:11, plus and plus, for all this, and Vav and, his anger is not recalled but his hand is still outstretched. 12. And the people do not return to the one striking them. 2. And Yhwh of hosts they do not pursue. pp. 3. 13. And Yhwh will cut off from Israel head and tail branch and bulrush in one day. 14. The elder and the exalted of 4. Face, he is the head, and Vav and the prophet teaching lies he is the tail. 15. And the leaders of 5. This people are causing them to err and those led are being destroyed. 16. And he will not pity, and Vav and, his chosen ones. 6. Even the Lord and on the orphan and the widow he will not have mercy because they are all profane and do evil. 7. And every mouth speaks foolishness. For all this his anger is not recalled but his hand is still outstretched. 8. 17. For wickedness burns as a fire, briar and thorn shall be eaten up, and Vav and they shall set alight the thickets of the forest. 9. And they shall billow like the raging of smoke. 18. From the fury of Yhwh of hosts is the land scorched and they shall be 10. Even the people shall be fuel for the fire, no man shall pity his brother. 19. And he will cut off on the right hand and be hungry. 11. And he shall eat on the left and not be satisfied, each man shall eat the flesh of his own arm. 20. Manasseh. 12. Against Ephraim and Ephraim against Manasseh and they together against Judah for all this. 13. His anger is not recalled but his hand is still outstretched. pp. 14. Begin chapter 10:1. Woe to those who decree unjust statutes recording trouble which they have written. 2. To turn away from the court. 15. The poor, and to tear off judgment from the needy of my people so that widows are their spoil and that the orphans. 16. They may rob. 3. And what will you do in the day of the visit and of the holocaust which shall come from afar, to whom will you flee? 17. For help, look. Where will you leave your glory? 4. Without me they shall bow under imprisonment and under those murdered. 18. They shall fall for all this his anger is not recalled but his hand is still outstretched. pp. 19. 5. Woe to Assyria, the rod of my anger and the staff in his hand is my rage. 6. I will send him against a profane nation. 20. And against the people of my wrath. I commanded him to take spoils and to steal the plunder, to make them a treading place like mire in the streets. 21. 7. But he thinks not thus, and in his heart he does not consider it, because to destroy is in his heart and to cut off. 22. Not just a few nations. 8. Because he says, Are not my princes altogether kings? 9. Is not like Carchemish 23. Calno, is not Hamath like Arphad, is not Samaria like Damascus? 10. Just as my hand has found 24. The kingdoms of the idol which were better than the statues of Jerusalem and Samaria. 11. Shall I not as I have done 25? To Samaria and her idols shall I not also do to Jerusalem and her idols? 12. Plus and it shall be plus, because the Lord will finish 26. All his work on Mount Zion and in Jerusalem. I will visit the fruit of the great heart 27. Of the king of Assyria and be against the splendor of his high-mindedness. 13. Because he says by the strength of my hand I have done it and by my wisdom 28. Because, I am cunning I have removed, and Yod and national boundaries and I have plundered their treasuries and I have pulled down 29, like mighty men the Inhabitants. 14. And my hand has found the riches of the people as a nest and as one gathers eggs 30. That are left, all the the RTH I have gathered and there was none that fluttered a wing or opened their mouth. Column X ISA 10:14 to 11:12:1. Continue ISA 10:14, or chirped. 15. Shall the axe exalt itself above the one chopping with it or the saw make itself greater than the one moving it as though it shook itself too? A rod or make itself greater than the one lifting it up as if it could lift itself as though it were not wood? pp. 3. 16. Therefore the Lord Yhwh of hosts shall send among his fatlings leanness and instead of his glory he shall light a flame like the burning of a fire. 4. 17. And the light of Israel shall be for a fire and his Holy One for a flame and it shall burn and devour his thorns and his briars in one day. 5. 18. And the glory of his forests and his fields of produce both spirit and flesh shall be consumed. And they shall be as the melting of a standard bearer. And the remnant of the number of the trees of his forest 6. Can be written by a youth. pp. 7. And it shall be in that day that the remnant of Israel will no longer lean on the one who caused his wounds and the escape to the house of Jacob 8. But shall be supported by Yhwh the Holy One of Israel. In truth the remnant shall return, the remnant of Jacob to the mighty God. 22, although 9. Your people Israel shall be as the sand of the sea, a remnant shall return to it. The completion determined will overflow with righteousness. 23. Because a completion and that determined 10. Shall the Lord Yhwh of hosts make in the midst of the whole earth. pp. 11. 24. Therefore thus says the Lord Yhwh of hosts, my people who dwell in Zion do not fear the Assyrian. He will strike you with a rod and his staff 12. He will lift against you in the manner of Egypt. 25. For yet a very little while and the rage will cease and my anger will result in their destruction. 26. He shall raise up for 13. Even Yhwh of hosts a whip like the wounding of Midian at the rock of Horeb, and as his rod was upon the sea so shall he raise it up as in the way of Egypt. pp. 14. 27. And it will be in that day that the burden shall be taken from your shoulder and his yoke from off your neck and the yoke shall be destroyed because of the presence of the anointing oil. pp. 15. 28. He is come to Iath and Tau and he passes over to Migron at Michmash, he reviews his materials. 29. They have gone over the pass, Geba is our lodging place, Ramah trembles. 16. Gibeah of Saul takes flight. 30. Let your voice cry out, O daughter of captivities, cause it to be heard in Lisho poor of Anathoth. 31. Madmannah has fled. 17. The inhabitants of Jebim seek refuge. 32. Yet today he will stand at Nob, he will shake his hand at the mountain of the daughter of Zion, the hill of Jerusalem. pp. 18. 33. Behold the Lord Yhwh of hosts is lopping the branch with terror and he and the high standing ones shall be chopped down and the high ones 19. Shall be brought low. 34. And he shall peel off the thickets of the forest with iron and Lebanon shall fall by a mighty one. pp. 20. Begin chapter 11:1, and there shall come a rod out of the stem of Jesse and a branch, Nazar, from his roots will bear fruit. 2. And the spirit of Yhwh will rest upon him, and the spirit of wisdom and understanding. 21. The spirit of counsel, the spirit of might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of Yhwh. 3. And he shall have an air of the fear of Yhwh, and according to appearances he will not make. 22. Judgment, and he will not rebuke according to the hearing of his ears. 4. But he shall judge the poor with righteousness, and he will rebuke with uprightness the lowly of the earth, and he will strike. 23. The earth, and with the rod of his mouth, and he will put to death the wicked, and with the spirit of his lips he will slay the wicked. 5. And righteousness shall be the girdle of his hips, and faithfulness. 24. The girdle of his loins. 6. And the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid and the calf, and the young lion and the fatling together, and a young child shall lead. 25. Them. 7. And the cow and the bear shall feed together, and their young ones lie down, and the lion shall eat straw like cattle. 8. And the infant shall play. 26. On the hole of an adder, and the toddler shall put his hand on the viper's den. 9. They shall not do evil, and they shall not destroy in my holy mountain. 27. Because the earth shall be full of the knowledge of Yhwh as the waters cover the sea. pp. 28. 10. There shall be in that day a root of Jesse who shall stand as an ensign of the people, to him shall the Gentiles pursue, and his resting place. 29. Shall be glory. 11. And it will come to pass in that day that the Lord will move his hand the second time to redeem, and the remnant of his people who remained. 30. From Assyria, and from Egypt, and from Pathros, and from Cush, and from Elam, and from Shinar, and from Hamath, and from the islands of the sea. 12. And he shall raise up an ensign. 11. Isaiah 11 verse 12 to 14:11. Continue. 11:12. To the Gentiles, and he shall gather the outcasts of Israel, and he shall gather the scattered ones of Judah from the corners of the earth. 13. And it shall be turned away too. Even the jealousy of Ephraim and the enemies of Judah shall be cut off. Ephraim shall not envy Judah, and Judah will not provoke Ephraim. 3. 14. And they will fly on the shoulders of the Philistines toward the sea together. And they will spoil the sons of the east, and they shall place their hand on Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon shall obey them. 15. And Yhwh will destroy the tongue of the sea of Egypt, and he will shake his hand over the river with the power of his spirit, and he will strike it. 5. Into 7 streams, and he will make it a way to go over dry shod. 16. And there shall be a highway for the remnant of his people who are left from Assyria, according as 6. It was to Israel in the day when he came up from the land of Egypt. pp. 7. Chapter 12:1. And you shall say in that day, I thank Yhwh because you were angry with me. He has turned away his anger, and he has given me rest. 2. Behold, God is my salvation. 8. I will trust and not be afraid, because my strength and my song is, Yhwh. He is to me for salvation. 3. And you shall draw water with joy from the springs of 9. Salvation. 4. And you will say in that day, give thanks to Yhwh, call on his name, make known among the people his actions, and make mention. 10. That his name is exalted. And Shin and 5. Sing to Yhwh because he has done great things, this is known in all the earth. 6. Cry out and shout, O daughter, and inhabitant of Zion. 11. Because great in the midst of you is the Holy One of Israel. pp. 12. Begin chapter 13:1, the oracle of Babylon which Isaiah the son of Amoz saw as a vision. 2. Lift up an ensign upon the bared mountain, raise your voice to them, shake the hand. 13. That they may go into the doors of the nobles. 3. I have commanded my holy ones, I have also called my mighty ones in my anger, those who are jubilant at my majesty. 4. The voice of a multitude. 14. On the mountains like a great people, the voice of the noise of the kingdoms of the Gentiles gathered together. Yhwh is visiting the hosts of the war. 15. 5. They are coming from far lands and from the end of the heavens, Yhwh with his equipment of indignation to destroy the earth. 6. Howl because near is the day of 16. Yhwh it shall come as devastation from the devastator. 7. Therefore all hands shall faint and every heart of man shall melt. 8. And they shall be afraid, troubles 17, and woes shall seize them, they shall writhe as one bearing a child, they shall be amazed at one another, their faces shall be faces of flames. 9. Behold the day of 18. Yhwh is coming, cruel and wrath and fierce anger, to appoint the earth a desolation and he will destroy sinners from it. 19. 10. Because the stars and their constellations shall not light their light. The sun shall be dark in its going out and the moon will not shine its light. 20. 11. And I will visit evil upon the world system and iniquity upon the wicked and I will stop the arrogantly proud and I will humble the high-mindedness of the ruthless. 12. And I will cause to be more prized 21. A man than fine gold, even a human than the pure gold of Ophir. 13. Therefore I will shake the heavens and the earth shall tremble out of its place by the wrath of Yhwh of 22. Hosts and in the day of his fierce anger. 14. And it shall be as a banished gazelle and as a sheep with no one shepherding them and each man shall turn to his own people and each man 23. Shall flee to his own land. 15. Everyone found shall be stabbed and the ones gathered shall fall by the sword. 16. Their infants shall be dashed to pieces before their eyes. 24. Their houses plundered and their wives raped. pp. 25. 17. Behold I will awaken the Medes against them who shall not consider silver and as for gold they will not desire it. 18. With their bows the youths 26. They shall dash to pieces and they will have no mercy on the fruit of the womb and there I will not pity children. 19. And it shall come to pass that Babel most glorious kingdom 27. The excellent wonder of the Chaldeans will be as when God overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah. 20. It shall never be inhabited and it shall not 28. Be dwelt in from generation to generation and the Arab shall not pitch his tent there, neither shall the shepherd bed down his fold there. 21. And desert creatures shall lie down there 29. And their houses shall be filled with jackals and relatives of the owl shall dwell there and wild goats shall dance there. 22. And island, dash and yod and hyenas shall cry in widows' houses 30. And serpents in their pleasant halls. And, her time is near to come and her days shall not be drawn out. Chapter 14:1 Because Yhwh will have mercy on Jacob 12 Isaiah 14 verse 1 to 29 1. Continue chapter 14:1, and he shall yet choose Israel and he will settle them in their own land and sojourners will be placed with them and they shall join to, the house of Jacob. 2. And the people shall take multitudes and bring them to their place 3, and the house of Israel shall inherit them in the land of Yhwh for servants and handmaids and they shall become captives 4. Even their captors and they shall have dominion over their oppressors. pp. 5. 3. And it shall come to pass in that day the Yhwh will give you rest from your sorrow and from your trouble and from your hard labor in which 6. Was your toil. 4. Lift up this proverb against the king of Babylon and you shall say how has ceased 7. The oppressor, and how has the fury ceased. 5. Yhwh has shattered the rod of the wicked and the staff of the governors. 6. He struck the people 8. In wrath, striking without turning aside. He who dominated the nations in anger is persecuted without restraint. 7. In quiet rest, 9. Is the whole earth, they break out in singing. 8. The fir trees also rejoice at you, the cedars of Lebanon say since you have sat down 10. No axeman has arisen against us. 9. Sheol from beneath is moved to meet your arrival, stirring up for you 11. The spirits of the dead, and all the goats of the earth, its Sheol has raised up all the kings of the Gentiles. 10. All of them shall speak 12. And say to you, have you also become sick like us are you now compared to us? 11. Brought down to Sheol 13. Is your pride also the sound of your harps, worms are spread under you and maggots cover you? 12. How are you fallen 14. From the heavens shining one, son of the dawn you are hewn down to the earth O waster of nations. 13. For you have said 15 in your heart I will go up to heaven above the stars of God I will set my throne on high, will sit, on the mountain 16. Of the meeting in the coasts of the north. 14. I will go up to the high places of the clouds, I will be like the highest. 15. But to Sheol 17. You shall be brought down to the borders of the pit. 16. Those seeing you shall stare at you and considering shall say, Is this the man? 18. Making, and earth tremble and shaking kingdoms. 17. Who put the world system as a desert and his prisoners 19. He did not open their houses. 18. All the kings of the Gentiles lie in their own glory, each in his own house. 19. But you are sent out of 20. Your grave, like a hated Azarine, as the clothes of those killed, pierced with the sword, the ones going down, and to the stones and of the pit, or as a trampled down carcass. 21. 20. You will not be together with them in the grave, because you have ruined your land and the people of your own you have killed, they will, be proclaimed forever. 22. This seed of evil doers. 21. Prepare a butchering for his sons on account of the iniquity of their fathers, they shall not rise nor inherit the land. 23. Nor fill the world system with cities. 22. And I will rise up against him, says Yahweh of hosts, and I will cut off. 24. To Babylon name, remnant, posterity, and progeny, says Yahweh. 23. And I will set it as a possession of the hedgehog and standing marshy. 25. Water, and I will sweep it with the broom of destruction, says Yahweh of hosts. 24. And he is under oath, even Yahweh. 26. Of hosts, saying, Will it not be, just as I compared thus will it be? And just as I have determined so shall it rise up. 27, 25. To shatter Assyria in my land and upon my mountains, and I will tread him down and turn his yoke from upon you and his burden. 28, I will turn away from upon your shoulders. 26. This is the purpose that is determined upon all the earth, and this is the hand. 29. That is stretched, and yod, and out on all the Gentiles. 27. Because Yahweh of hosts has determined it, and who shall annul, and his hand is stretched out. 28. And who shall cause it to return? pp. 29. 28. In the year that king, and large cough and Achaz died, this oracle came. 29. Do not rejoice, Philistia. Column 13. Isaiah 14 verse 29 to 16. 14:1. Continue. 14:29. All of you, because the rod of him who struck you is broken, because from his root a serpent will come out, and a viper, and his fruit shall be a fiery serpent too. Flying. 30. And the firstborn of the poor shall feed, and the needy shall lie down with confidence, and I will kill with hunger. 3. Your root and your remnant he will slay your remnant. 31. Howl, O gate, cry out, O city, Philistia is dissolved, all of you. 4. Because out of the north a smoke is coming, and no one will be isolated in that season. 32. And what answer shall be given to the Gentile messengers? That Yahweh 5. Will establish Zion, and the poor of his people will flee into it. pp. 6. Chapter 15:1, The Oracle of Moab. Because in the night the city, of Moab is devastated and cut off, because in the night is devastated the city, of 7. Moab and cut off. 2. He has gone up to the temple and to the high places, and Aleph and, of Dibon to weep. Upon Nebo and upon Medeba. 8. Moab shall howl, on every head shall be baldness and every beard cut off. 3. In her outskirts. 9. They shall gird themselves with sackcloth on the roofs, and in the streets they shall all be howling, collapsing and weeping. 10. 4. And Heshbon shall cry, and from Eleli as far as Yachad their voice will be heard. Therefore the pioneers of Moab shall shout. 11. Because their lives will be evil to them. 5. My heart cries out for Moab in her troubled flight to Zor like a 3-year-old heifer. 12. Because in going up to Luchith they shall go up to it with weeping. Because in the way to Horonaim they shall raise up a cry of destruction. 13. 6. Because the waters of Nimrim shall be desolate, and the hay is dried up, and grass is consumed, and greenness. 14. Is gone. 7. Therefore the wealth made and their stores will be carried away to the Arabian River. 8, because 15. The cry is gone around the border of Moab and her howling as far as Eglaim and as far as Beer Eliam 16. Her howling. 9, because the waters of Dimon are full of blood and I will put additional things upon Dimon, on those fleeing 17 Moab, lions, and on the remnant of that land. Chapter 16:1, Send a saddle to the ruler of the land, from Sela Petra to the desert, 18. To the mountain of the daughter of Zion. 2, For it shall be as a wandering bird is cast out of the nest so shall the daughters of Moab 19. Be at the passing over of the Arnon. 3, Take counsel, make decisions, put your shadow as the night in the midst of noontime, pp. Q has a paragraph break in the middle of verse 16:3, 20. Continue 16:3, Hide the outcasts, do not betray the wanderer, for, let my outcasts sojourn with you O Moab be a hiding place 21. For them from the face of the spoilers for the extortioner is no more the spoiler is stopped and the trampler is consumed out of the land. 5, And it shall be established 22. In mercy even the throne. And he shall sit on it in the tent, and Vav and, of David judging and pursuing judgment 23. And speeding righteousness. 6, We have heard of the pride of Moab, excessively proud 24. And wrathful but his boasting shall not come to pass. 7, Therefore Moab shall, not, howl for Moab everyone shall howl for the foundations of 25. Kir Harosheth, they shall mourn like those stricken. 8, Because the fields of Heshbon will wilt and the vineyards of 26. Sibma, here Q omits the rest of verse 8 or 13 words and a further 7 words in verse 9, I will bathe you with my tears O Heshbon and Elili because of the summer fruits in your harvest 27. The cheering is fallen. 10, And happiness is taken away, and Aleph and joy from the orchard and there is no singing in the vineyards nor 28. Triumphal shouting. The treader shall tread out no wine in the wine presses I have caused the cheering to cease, 11, Therefore my stomach 29. Shall roar like a harp for Moab and my inward parts for Kir Harosheth. 12, And it shall be when he is wearied that 30. Moab shall come to the high place and come to his sanctuary, and Yod and, to pray and he shall not be able. pp. 31. 13, This is the word which Yhwh has spoken to Moab from then. 14, But now Yhwh speaks column 14 Isaiah 16 verse 14 to 18:7:1. Continue Isa 16:14, saying within 3 years like the years of a hired man shall the glory of Moab become base in all too. The mighty crowd and the remnant shall be a very small with no glory, feeble. pp. 3. Chapter 17:1, The Oracle of Damascus, Behold Damascus is changed from being a city to a ruined heap. 4, 2, The cities of Aroer are abandoned, they shall be for flocks and they shall lie down and not be afraid. pp. 5. 3, The fortress shall cease from Ephraim and the kingdom from Damascus and the remnant of Syria shall as the glory 6. Of the sons of Israel become, say Yhwh of hosts. pp. 7. 4, And it shall be in that day that the glory of Jacob shall be base and his fatness shall grow lean. 5, And it shall be 8. As the harvester gathering grain and his arm reaps the sheaves and it shall be like gleaning sheaves 9. In the valley of Rephaim. 6, And left in it gleaning grapes like the shaking of an olive tree, 2 or 3 berries 10. In the top bough, 4 or 5 in the top fruitful branches says Yhwh the God of 11. Israel. 7, In that day shall a man give regard for his Maker and his eyes 12. To the Holy One of Israel shall look. 8, He shall not give regard to the altars the works of him, his hands 13. That which his fingers have made and he will not look to the groves or the idols. pp. 14. 9, In that day his strong city shall be like an abandoned limb or the topmost bough which 15. They abandoned from the presence of the sons of Israel and it shall be a desolation. 10, Because you forgot the God of 16. Your salvation and the rock of your strength you did not remember, therefore you shall plant pleasant plants and twigs 17 of strangeness you shall sow. 11. And in the day of your planting you shall make it grow and in the morning you shall make your seed sprout out. See note. 18. But the harvest shall be a heap in the day of grief and sick anguish. pp. 19. 12. Woe to the multitude of many people like the sound of waters like the sound of nations. 20. As the sound of waters they make a din. 13. Nations like many crashing waters shall make a din. 21. And he shall rebuke them and they shall flee afar off and they shall be pursued like the chaff of the mountains before the wind and like a rolling thing before. 22. A whirlwind. 14. And behold at evening time terror, and before morning it is not, this is the share of those who plunder us. 23. And the lot of those who rob us. pp. 24. Chapter 18:1, Woe to the land of shadows of wings which is beyond the rivers of Ethiopia. 2. Who send ambassadors by sea. 25. In vessels of papyrus reeds upon the face of the waters saying go swift messengers to a nation drawn, and Vav and. 26. And polished to a terrible people from here and beyond, a nation measured and subjugated which the rivers have looted. 27. Its land. 3. All you who dwell in the world system and inhabitants of the earth behold when he lifts up an ensign on the mountains and when he blows. 28. The Shapur, give heed. 4. Because thus says Yhwh to me, I will rest quietly and consider. 29. In my Shekinah dwelling place like dazzling heat of rising light, like a cloud of dew in the heat of harvest. 5. Because before harvest. 30. When the sprouts are entirely completed and the grape is ripening it shall be a flower and he shall cut off the sprigs with pruning tools. 31. And the branches he will turn aside and cut down. 6. And they shall be abandoned together to the fowls of the mountains and to the beasts of the 32. Earth. And the fowls shall summer upon them and all the beasts of the earth shall winter upon them. 7. In the season. 15 Isaiah 18 verse 7 to 19. 23 1. Continue chapter 18:7, even that one a present shall be carried to Yhwh of hosts of a people drawn out and polished and from a people terrible from here too. And beyond a nation measured and subjugated which land the rivers have looted to the place of the name of Yhwh of hosts. 3. Even Mount Zion. pp. 4. Chapter 19:1, The Oracle of Egypt. Behold Yhwh rides on a swift cloud and coming to Egypt the idols of Egypt are moved. 5. Before him and the heart of Egypt is melted, and Qof and within him. 2. And I will shut in, and cough and the Egyptians against the Egyptians and they shall war. 6. Each man against his brother and each man against his neighbor and city against city and kingdom against kingdom. 3. And the spirit of Egypt shall be emptied out. 7. In the midst of it and I will swallow up their counselors and they shall seek to their idols and to their enchanters and to their necromancers. 8. And to their seance holders. 4. And I will deliver the Egyptians into the hand of a cruel lord and a powerful king and they shall rule. 9. Over them says the Lord Yhwh of hosts. 5. And the waters of the sea shall be dried up and the rivers shall be wasted and dried up. 10. 6. And they shall turn away from the rivers and the streams of Matsar shall be emptied and dried up, and Vav and the canes and the reeds shall wither. 7. The papyrus. 11. On the steams and on the mouth of the streams and everything cultivated by the streams shall dry up, be driven away and nothing in it. 8. And the fishermen. 12. Shall mourn and all who cast hooks into the stream shall lament and those who spread out nets on the face of the waters shall diminish. 9. And they shall be ashamed. 13. Even the workers in combed linen as well as the weavers of white lace. 10. And their goals shall be broken. 14. Even all those making wages from pawns of living creatures. 11. The princes of Tsoan are absolute fools, the wise counselors of Pharaoh. 15. Even their counsel is burned up. How do you say to Pharaoh, I am the son of wise men, I am the son of the kings of the east? 12. Whence 16. And from where are your wise men? Let them tell you please, let them make known what Yhwh of and hosts and has counseled about Egypt. 13. They have become fools. 17. Even the princes of Tsoan, the princes of Naph are deceived, they have led Egypt astray, even the cornerstone of her tribes. 14. Yahweh 18. Has mingled a warped spirit within her, and they have led Egypt astray in all her work as he staggers. 19. Even a drunkard in his vomit. 15. And there shall not be work for Egypt which they can do, head or tail, 20 branch or reed. 16. In that day Egypt shall be like women, and she shall tremble and be afraid. 21. Of the presence of the waving of the hand of Yhwh of hosts which he is waving over them. 17. And it will be that. 22. The land of Judah shall be for a terror for Egypt, everyone who recalls it for himself. 23. Will be afraid of the presence of the counsel of Yhwh of hosts which he has determined against it. 24. 18. In that day there shall be 5 cities in the land of Egypt speaking the language of 25. Canaan and swearing to Yhwh of hosts, 1 city shall be called Hahirs or Destruction or Heliopolis. 19. In the day 26. Even that one, there shall be an altar to Yhwh in the midst of the land of Egypt and a memorial next to her border. 27. For Yhwh. 20. And it shall be for a sign and a witness to Yhwh of hosts in the land of Egypt because they shall cry out. 28. To Yhwh in the presence of the ones oppressing, and he will send to them a Saviour and a great one, a Rab, and he will deliver them. 21. And he will be known. 29. Even Yhwh to Egypt, and the Egyptians shall know Yhwh, and it shall be in that day that they will offer sacrifices. 30. And offerings, and they shall vow a vow to Yhwh and make peace offerings. 22. And Yhwh will strike Egypt, he will strike but he will heal. 31. And they shall return to Yhwh, and he shall be entreated by them and heal them. 23. In that day there shall be a highway. 32. From Egypt to Assyria, and the Assyrians shall come into Egypt and the Egyptians into Assyria, and they shall serve. Column 16. Isaiah 19 verse 23 to 21. 15:1, continue. 19:23, Assyria. 24. In that day Israel shall be third with Egypt 2. And with Assyria a blessing in the midst of the land. 25. To whom, even, Yhwh of hosts they have blessed, saying, 3. Blessed are my people Egypt and the works of my hands Assyria and my inheritance Israel. pp. * 4. Chapter 20:1. In the year that Tartan came to Ashdod, when Sargon king of Assyria sent him, he fought 5. Against Ashdod and conquered it. 2. At that same time Yhwh spoke by the hand of Isaiah the son of Amoz 6. Saying, Go and loosen the sackcloth and from your thighs, and remove your shoes from your feet. And he did. 7. Thus walking naked and barefoot. 3. And Yhwh said, just as my servant Isaiah has walked 8. Naked and barefoot 3 years, as a sign and a wonder upon Egypt and upon Ethiopia. 4. Thus shall lead 9. The king of Assyria the Egyptians captives and the Ethiopians to captivity, young and old naked. 10. And barefoot and the buttocks uncovered to the shame of Egypt. 5. And they shall be dismayed and ashamed of Ethiopia their hope, expectation. 11. And of Egypt their splendor. 6. And those dwelling in this island shall say in that day, Behold. 12. Thus is our expectation to which we fled there for help, to be delivered from the presence of the king of Assyria. 13. And how shall we then escape? pp. 14. Chapter 21:1. The oracle of the desert of the sea Babylon. As whirlwinds pass through the Negev, it comes from the desert the east, from and terrible and desert, land. 15. 2. A hard vision is told to me, the traitor is treacherous, the spoiler is spoiling. Go up. 16. Elam raise a siege Media, I have stopped all her mourning. 3. Therefore my loins are full of pain. 17. Sorrows seize me as the sorrows of childbirth, I was bowed down at the news, I was troubled. 18. At the sight. 4. My heart wandered, the horror terrified me, my evening's desire, he has changed for me. 19. To fear. 5. set the table and the watch of the watchtower, eat, drink, rise up, let the princes 20. Anoint the shield. 6. Because thus said the Lord to me. Go and cause a watchman to stand watch that which 21. He sees let him tell. 7. And he saw a chariot with, plus a man plus, a team of horses, and a chariot of asses 22. And a chariot of camels, and he listened carefully, exceedingly carefully. 8. And he called out, a lion, upon the watchtower 23. My Lord, I am continuously standing daily, and upon my watch I am standing 24. Every night. 9. And behold there it comes, a man with a team of horses and he answered and said 25. It is fallen, Babylon is fallen. And all the idols of her gods are shattered to the earth. 10. O my threshed grain and produce 26. Of my walled enclosure. That which I have heard from Yhwh of hosts the God of Israel I have told 27. To you. pp. 28. 11. The oracle of Dumah, he called to me from Seir, Watchman what of the night? Watchman what of the night? 29. 12. The watchman said the morning comes and also the night, if you will inquire, return, come. pp. * 30. 13. The oracle of Arabia of the forest, you shall lodge in Arabia O caravans of duodenum. 14. To meet 31. The thirsty the inhabitants of the land of Texan brought water, with their bread they anticipated the wanderer. 15. Because 32. From the presence of and a multitude, sword, they wandered abroad, from the presence of the drawn, and tekvav and a sword and from the presence of the bent bow and from the presence of column 17 Isaiah 21 verse 15 to 22 24 1. Continue 21:15, the heavy burden of war. 16. Because thus said Yhwh to me in yet, 3, *o, years, 1 year, as the years of 2. A hired man all the glory of Kedar will be ended. 17. And the remnant of the number of archers of the mighty men of, and the sons and, of Kedar shall be diminished. 3. Because Yhwh the God of Israel has spoken. pp. 4. Chapter 22:1, The Oracle of the Valley of the Vision of, plus the kings of Ephoa plus, What is with you now, because all of you have gone up to the roofs, 2, a city full of noise, a city 5. Of tumult, a city of glee, your slain are not slain of the sword nor your dead of war. 3, all 6. Your rulers have wandered off together, they are constrained by the archers, all those found within you are constrained together, far away 7. They have fled. 4. Therefore I said look away from me for I am bitter in my weeping do not hasten to comfort me concerning 8. The destruction of the daughter my people. 5. Because it is a day, of trouble, treading down and confusion to the Lord Yhwh 9. Of hosts in the valley of vision of his holy place upon the mountain, breaking down walls and sanctifying, crying out to, the mountains. 6. And Elam lifted, and yawed and, up the quiver 10. With chariots of mankind and horsemen and Ker uncovered the shield. 7. And it shall be that your choicest valleys shall be full of 11. Chariots and the horsemen shall surely place themselves at the gate. 8. And you shall roll aside the curtain of Judah and you shall look 12. In that day to the armory of the house of the forest. 9. You have seen the breaches of the city of David 13. That they are great and you have gathered together the waters of the lower blessing or pool, 10, and the houses of Jerusalem 14. You have counted and you have broken the houses down to fortify the wall. 11. And you made a channel between the two walls 15. For the waters of the old blessing or pool and neither did you look to its maker nor the one who fashioned it long ago 16. Did you see? pp. 17. 12. And in that day will the Lord Yhwh of hosts call for crying and for mourning and for baldness 18. And for the girding of sackcloth. 13. And behold joy and gladness and killing of cattle and slaughter of sheep and eating of 19 flesh and drinking wine, eat and drink for tomorrow we die. 14. and he disclosed in my ears even Yhwh 20. Of hosts, in no way will this iniquity be atoned for you until you die, says the Lord. 21. Yhwh of hosts. pp. 22. 15. Thus said the Lord Yhwh of hosts, go, arrive to this steward, even Shebna. 23. Who is over the household? And say, 16, what is yours here and who is yours here that you have hewn out here a tomb for yourself? 24. Hewing out on high his tomb, engraving in the rock cliff a habitation for himself. 17. Behold Yhwh will hurl you away. 25. With a mighty exile and will surely cover you up. 18. With a great rolling, and yod, and he will roll you like a ball. To 26. A land of wide spaces, there shall you die, and there shall the chariots of your glory be the shame of the house. 27. Of your Lord. 19. And I will drive you from your fortress, and from your office shall he throw you down. pp. 28. And it will be in that day that I will call to my servant to Eliakim, son of Hilkiah. 21. And I will cause him to be dressed, and 29. In your tunic, and will strengthen him with your girdle, and I will give your government into his hand, and he shall be 30. As a father to the inhabitants of Jerusalem and to the house of Judah. 22. And I will give him the key of the house of David. 31. Upon his shoulder, and he will open, and no one shall shut, and no one will open. 23. And I will drive him as a nail in. 32. Established place, and he shall be for a throne of glory for his father's house. 24. And they shall hang upon him all the glory of. 18. Isaiah 22 verse 24 to 24:4:1. Continue. 22:24. The house of his father, and all the offspring, and Aleph, and the produce of all the vessels, from the small vessels as basins to all containers like pitchers. 25. In that day, says Yhwh of hosts, he shall remove 3. The peg that is fastened in a secure place, and it shall be chopped down and fall, and the burden shall be cut off. 4. That was upon it, because Yhwh has spoken. pp. 5, chapter 23:1, the oracle of Tyre, Hull ships of Carthage, because it is so devastated that there is no house, no entrance, from the land of 6. Kidium, the Romans. Or Cyprus, it is uncovered for you. 2. Be silent, inhabitants, and Vav, and of the island the merchants of Sidon who pass over the sea, plus your messengers, plus fill you up. 7. 3. And by great waters the harvest of the Nile canals is her produce, and she is merchant. 8. To the Gentiles. 4. Be ashamed, Sidon, for the sea says, the sea speaks from her strength, I do not. 9. Labor in childbirth, nor bring up children, neither do I raise young men, nor bring up virgins. 10. 5. As it was when you heard, and about, and Egypt, so shall they travail when you hear about Tyre. 6. Pass over to Carthage, and Resh, and Howl. 11. O inhabitants of the island. 7. Is this joy for you? You were ancient in olden days. 12. Her feet shall carry her far away to sojourn. 8. Who has devised this against Tyre, the giver of crowns? 13. Whose, and merchants, and our princes and her traders are the glorified one of the earth. 9. Yhwh of hosts has devised it. 14. To profane the pride of all beauty, and to make light of all the glorified ones of the earth. 10. Pass over your land like a stream. 15. O daughter of Carthage, there is no longer a restraint. 11. He stretches out his hand over the sea, he shakes up kingdoms. 16. Yhwh has commanded to Canaan, and destroy her fortresses. 12. And he said, you shall continue. 17. No more to rejoice, O oppressed virgin daughter of Sidon. To Kidium arise and pass over. 18. There also there will be no rest for you. pp. 19. 13. Behold the land of the Chaldeans, this people did not exist, Assyria established it as a wilderness. 20. They set up her and siege towers, they stripped away her palaces, they placed it as a ruin, and 14. Howl. 21. Ships of Carthage, because your fortress is spoiled, 15, and it shall be in that day that to Tyre, 10 words of verse 15 are omitted at this point, 22. Will be like the song of a harlot. 16, take a harp, go round the city forgotten harlot, make 23. A nice song, multiply music so that you might be remembered. 17, and it shall be at the end of 70 years 24. That Yhwh will visit Tyre and she will return to her prostitution and she will fornicate, with all the kingdoms of 25. The earth upon the face of the ground. 18, and her merchandise and her prostitution shall be holiness 26. To Yhwh it shall not be treasured nor stored because for those dwelling in the presence of Yhwh 27. It shall be their merchandise to consume, to satisfy and for fine clothes. pp. 28. Chapter 24:1, Behold Yhwh will empty the earth and make it a waste and twist in reverse its face and scatter 29. Its inhabitants. 2. And it shall be as it is with the people so with the priest and as to the servant so to the Lord, as to the handmaid 30. So to the mistress and as the buyer so the seller and as the lender so the borrower and as the receiver of interest so to the one who pays 31. To him. 3. The land shall be completely emptied and altogether plundered, because Yhwh has spoken 32. This word. 4. The earth mourns and fades away the world system droops and fades away column 19 Isaiah 24 verse 4 to 25:3:1. Continue 24:4, the high-minded, and people and, of the earth wilt. 5. And the earth is polluted by those who inhabit it. Because 2. They have transgressed the Torah and have altered the statutes and have violated the eternal covenant. 6. Therefore his oath has devoured 3. Plus the earth, and those dwelling in it as the offenders, on this account the inhabitants of the earth are scorched and there is a remnant of men 4. A very small. 7. The fresh pressed grape juice mourns and the vines wilt, all the joyful hearts sigh. 8. It ceases 5. Even the mirth of tambourines, the noise of joy stops, the mirth of the harp ceases. 9. With a song 6. They shall not drink wine and strong drink will be bitter to those who drink it. 10. The disoriented city is shattered, barred are 7. All the houses from entering. 11. A cry for wine in the outskirts, all joy is darkened, 8. Mirth is rolled away from the land. 12. Desolation only remains in the city and destruction strikes 9. The gate. 13. Because thus shall it be in the midst of the land in the middle of the people it shall be like the shaking of an olive tree 10. Like gleaning when the vintage is finished. 14. They shall lift up their voice, they shall sing about the majesty of 11. Yhwh, Q end verse here, they shall cry out from the sea. 15. Therefore glorify Yhwh in the valleys and in the isles of the sea 12. The name of Yhwh God of Israel. pp. 13. 16. From the corners of the earth we have heard songs, beauty shall be to the righteous, I am thin. I am very thin, 14. Woe is me the traitors betray and the clothing of the betrayers is their treachery, 17, fear and the pit 15. And the snare are upon you O inhabitant of the earth. 18, and it shall be that the one fleeing from the sound of the fear shall fall 16. Into the pit, and the one coming up out of the pit shall be captured by the snare because the windows 17. From the highest are opened and the foundations of the earth quake. 19, it is altogether broken up 18. Even the earth. The earth is split wide open and is repeatedly shaken. 20, the staggering 19. Of the earth shall be like the reeling of a drunkard and the shaking of a shed and her transgressions shall be a weight upon her 20. And she shall fall and shall not rise again. pp. 21. 21, and it will be in that day that Yhwh will visit the host of the highest in the highest places 22. And upon the kings of the earth who are upon the earth. 22, they shall be gathered together, prisoners, in the pit and they shall be shut up 23. In the dungeon. But this visitation will be after many days. 23, and the moon shall be embarrassed and she will be ashamed. 24. The sun because Yhwh will reign in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem. 25. Before his elders in glory. pp. 26. Chapter 25:1, Yhwh you are my God, I will extol you, and Yod, and I will give thanks to your name, you have done wonders. 27. Your counsels from afar are steadfast faithfulness. 2. Because you change a city into a mound, a fortress city. 28. Into a ruin, and a palace of aliens from being a city at all it shall never be built. 3. Therefore they shall glorify you. 29. Even strong peoples, terrifying cities of the Gentiles shall fear you. 4. Because you have been a refuge for the poor. 30. A refuge for the needy in his sorrows, a shelter from the downpour, a shadow from parching heat, because the wind of the ruthless. 31. Is as a downpour against the wall. 5. As parching heat in a dry place you shall bring down the tumult of aliens, the parching heat in the shadow of a cloud. 32. The song of the terrible ones is answered. pp. Column XX Isaiah 25 verse 6 to 26:18:1. Chapter 25:6, and Yhwh of hosts shall make to all this people in this mountain a feast of fatlings. 2. And a feast of mature wine of marrowed fatlings and refined mature wine. 7. And he will swallow up in this mountain. 3. Even this one the presence of the covering which covered over all the people and the veil spread over 4. All the Gentiles. 8. He will swallow up death perpetually and the Lord Yhwh shall wipe away tears. 5. From upon all faces and the shame of his people he shall turn away from all the earth because Yhwh 6. Has spoken. pp. 7. 9. And you, it, shall say in that day behold Yhwh, this is our God, we have waited for him and he saves us. 8. This is Yhwh we have waited for him we are glad and rejoice in his salvation. 10. Because, it shall rest the hand. 9. Of Yhwh in this mountain and he shall tread down Moab under him as straw is trodden down in 10. A dunghill. 11. And he shall spread out his hands in the midst of them as he who swims spreads out to swim. 11. And he shall bring down their pride with the spoils of their hands. 12. And the fortress of the tower of your walls. 12. He shall prostrate them, bringing them down and bringing them to the earth to dust. pp. 13. Chapter 26:1, In that day this song shall be sung in the land of Judah, we have a strong city. 14. He has put Yeshua, salvation, 4 walls and ramparts. 2. Open your gates that the righteous nation will enter who keeps. 15. The truth. 3. The sustained mind is held in great peace because it trusts in you. 4. Trust in Yhwh 16 for ages, and Yod and of ages because in Yhwh is a rock of ages. 5. Because he sets, brings down, those who dwell on high, the city. 17. That is exalted he causes it to fall to the earth, he causes it to fall to the dust. 6. They shall trample it with the feet of. 18. The poor the steps of the lowly. 7. The way of the righteous is straightness, you weigh the straight path of the righteous. 19. 8. Even in the way of your judgments Yhwh, I have waited for your name, plus and your Torah plus, and our soul longing is for your memory. 20. 9. With soul desire my soul has desired you in the night, even with my spirit within me I will seek you early because when your judgments. 21. Are in the earth the inhabitants of the world system learn righteousness. 10. If the wicked finds mercy he will not learn righteousness, in the land of. 22. Candid truth he will do evil and will not see the majesty of Yhwh. pp. 23. 11. Yhwh, your hand is lifted, but they cannot perceive, they will perceive and then be ashamed, jealousy of the people even. 24. The fire of your enemies shall consume them. 12. Yhwh you will ordain peace for us because also all our deeds. 25 You have worked for us. 13. Yhwh our God, other lords have mastered us. 26. To you only will we make mention of your name. 14. They are dead ones, they shall not live, they are dead spirits, they shall not rise, therefore 27. You visited them and you destroyed them and you turned aside, plus made perish plus, all remembrance of them. 15. You have added to the nation Yhwh 28. You have added to the nation, you are glorified, you have placed far off all the ends of the earth. pp. 29. 16. Yhwh, they visited you in sorrow, they poured out their whispered prayer, your correction was on them. 17. Like a pregnant woman the time 30. To bear draws near and in pain she cries out in her woes, so have we been in your presence O Yhwh. 18. We have been with child, we have been in pain 31. In a sense we have borne wind, we have not worked, plus your plus, salvation in the earth, neither have the residents of the world system fallen. Column XXI Isaiah 26 verse 19 to 28 2:1. 19. But your dead ones shall live with my dead body, they shall arise. They shall awake and sing, O inhabitants of the dust. 2. Because your dew is as the dew of light and the earth shall cast out the departed. pp. 3. 20. Go my people, come into your abodes and shut your doors in your moment and hide for a little while until the indignation will pass over. 21. Because, then plus behold, Yhwh will go out from his place to visit with evil the inhabitants of 5. The earth upon them, and the earth will reveal her blood sheds and she will not cover over any more. 6. Her murders. pp. 7. Chapter 27:1, In that day Yhwh will visit with his sword is mighty and great and 8. And strong upon Leviathan the fugitive serpent, and upon Leviathan the crooked serpent and he shall kill 9. The sea monster who is in the sea. pp. 10. 2. In that day a vineyard of red wine, sing to it. 3. Yhwh will keep, lit. I will nazar it moment by moment. 11. I will give her drink lest anyone will punish her, night and day I will guard, lit. I will nazar her, for wrath is not. 12. In me, who will give me briars and thorns in war? I will step on them. 13. I will burn them together. 5. Or let him seize on my refuge and let him make peace with me. 14. Peace he will make with me. 6. He will cause those of Jacob who come to be rooted and they will blossom. 15. And Israel will bear fruit and fill up the face of the world system with her produce. 7. Is the striking of his striking like? 16. He struck him, or is the slaughter of his slaying like he slew them? 8. By driving them out and by sending them out you argued with them. 17. He drove them out with his strong wind in the day of the east wind. pp. 18. 9. Therefore by this shall the evil of Jacob be covered and this will be the completed fruit of the turning away of his sins. 19. When he puts all the stones of the altar as the stones of his sojourn shattered, they will not be raised up. 20. As Assyrium nor incense altars. 10. Because the fortress city shall be desolate and the meadow shall be left and abandoned. 21. Like a wilderness, there shall the calf feed and there shall he lie down and consume all her branches. 11. When their harvest is withered. pp. 22. Women break them off, and coming and setting them on fire because it is a non-understanding people. There. 23. For he who made them will have no mercy on them and he who formed them will not be gracious to them. pp. 24. 12. And it will be in that day the Yhwh will beat out from the fruitful flow of the river as far as the stream of 25. Egypt and you shall be reaped one by one even the children of Israel. pp. 26. 13. And it shall be in that day that a great shoper shall be blown and they shall come, those perishing in the land. 27. Of Assyria and those banished in the land of Egypt and they shall bow down to Yhwh in the holy mountain. 28. In Jerusalem. pp. 29. Chapter 28:1, Woe to the crown of pride of the drunkards of Ephraim whose glorious beauty is a fading blossom. 30. Which are at the tops of the rich valleys of those who are struck down by wine. 2. Behold, and in the strength he shows power. 31. Even Yhwh, Luadone, as a downpour of hail and a destroying storm as a downpour of powerful waters overflowing column XXII Isaiah 28 verse 2 to 28:24-1. Continue chapter 28:2, and, it shall be laid to rest nearby, 3, they shall be trampled under feet even the crown of pride of the drunkards of 2. Ephraim. 4, and their glorious beauty shall be a fading blossom which is at the tops of the valleys 3. Of fatness as her first fruits before summer which when he looks and seeing it 4. Being yet in his hand it is swallowed up. pp. 5. 5. In that day Yhwh of hosts shall be for a crown of beauty and for a diadem 6. Of splendor to the remnant of his people, 6, and for the spirit of judgment for those sitting upon the judgment seat and for power 7. For those returning the warfare, to the gate. 7, and they also went astray by wine and wandered about by strong drink, the priest 8. And the prophet have gone astray by strong drink, they are swallowed by the wine they have wandered about from strong drink they go astray as seers 9. And they totter in decisions, 8, because all tables are filled with vomit and excrement without space. pp. See note for this unusual mark 10. 9. Whom shall he teach knowledge and whom shall he cause to understand what is heard, those who are weaned from milk, those grown too old 11. From the breasts, 10, for it is command to command, line to line, a bit here and a bit there. 12, 11, because with stammering lips and with another tongue will he speak to this people. 12, this is that which he says 13. To them this is the rest that you must lay before the weary and this is the repose but you were not 14. Willing, to listen. 13, and the word of Yhwh was to them command to command, line to line 15. To line, a bit here and a bit there so that they might go and stumble backward to be broken and to be trapped 16. And be captured. pp. 17. 14. Therefore hear the word of Yhwh scornful men who are rulers of this people who are in Jerusalem. 18, 15, because you say we have cut a covenant with death and with Sheol we have made a vision, the scourge 19. Is overflowing because it will pass over, Q lacks, iron, it will not come to us because we have put a lie for our shelter and in deception have we hid ourselves. 20, 16, therefore thus says, plus and Adonai and a Yhwh behold I make a stone foundation in Zion, a tried cornerstone 21. Precious, an exceedingly strong foundation, and the one believing shall not be careless. 17, and I will put justice to the line 22. And righteousness to the plumb line and hail shall sweep away the covering of lies and water shall engulf the hiding place. 23, 18, and your covenant with death shall be covered over also your vision, plus with plus, Sheol shall not stand 24. The overflowing scourge that is passing over and you shall be to it for treading down. 19, from the time of its passing over it shall take 25. You because every morning it shall pass over in the morning and in the night, and it shall be, a terror just 26. To understand the sound. 20. Because the bed is shorter than one might stretch himself and the covering, plus narrow, as a cover 27. Then he can cover himself with. 21, because as in Mount Perazim Yhwh will rise up in the valley of Gibeon 28. He will rage to do his work, his strange work, and to toil in his labor his alien labor. 29, 22, and now do not make light lest your bindings be strengthened because an end has been determined, 30. I have heard from the, plus Lord, Yhwh of hosts concerning the whole earth. pp. 31. 23, and listen and hear my voice, draw near and hear what I am saying. 24, all day column XXI Isaiah 28 verse 24 to 29:21-1. Continue 28:24, does the plowman plow to sow? Does he open and harrow, and yod and his ground? 25, is it not when he levels the face of it and scatters too? Fitches and spreads cumin and puts in rows of wheat and choice barley and the rye of its border. 3, 26, and his God disciplines him for judgment and teaches him. 27. Because fitches are not threshed with a sharp-pointed instrument, neither is a cartwheel on the cumin for turned, because fitches are beaten out with a rod and cumin with a branch. 28. Bread, it is crushed because he will not always be working at threshing at 5. Or crush it with the wheel of his wagon, nor will his horsemen stamp on it. 29. This also proceeds from Yeshayahu of hosts 6. Marvelous counsel and grand efficiency, pp. 7. Chapter 29:1, Woe to Ariel, the Lion of God, the city of David's encampment, add year to year and encompass the sacrificial feasts. 2. I will make oppression 8. To Ariel, and there shall be heaviness and sorrow, and it shall be to me as to Ariel. 3. And I will encamp surrounding about against you. 9. And I will lay siege against you with a palisade, and I will raise up fortresses against you. 4. And you shall fall and speak from the earth, and from dust it shall be bowed. 10. Even your speech and your voice shall be as an obeah wizard from the ground, and from the dust your speech shall whisper. 5. And they shall be as fine powder, the multitude. 11. Of your strangers, and as chaff passing over is the multitude of terrorists, and it shall happen in an instant suddenly. 6. From Yeshayahu of hosts with 12. You shall be visited with thunder and with earthquake and with a great voice, great storm and whirlwind and flames of devouring fire. 7. And they shall be 13. Like the dream of a night vision, even all the nations who wage war against Ariel and all those fighting her. 14. And their arms and those causing distress to her. 8. And it shall be as when the hungry dreams, and behold he is eating. 15. And he awakens and his soul is empty, or as when the thirsty dreams, and behold he drinks and awakens, and behold he is tired. 16. And his soul is anxious, so shall be the multitude of all the nations who make war against Zion. pp. 17. 9. Wait and marvel and be awe-struck, and tow and cry out, they are drunk but not from wine, they stagger but not from strong drink. 10. Because 18. Yeshayahu has poured out on you the spirit of a deep sleep, and he has strongly shut your eyes, the prophets and the rulers. 19. And the seers of visions he has covered over. 11. And the whole vision has become for you like the words of a book that is sealed, which they give. 20. To one who knows how to read, and saying, read this please, and he says, I am not able because it is sealed. 12. And it is given. 21. The book, to one who does not know how to read, saying, read this please, and he says, I do not know how to read. pp. 22. 13. And the Lord said, on account of this people drawing near to my presence with their mouth and glorifying me with their lips, while their heart. 23. Is far from me, and their awe of me by commandments of men is taught. 14. Therefore behold, I will again. 24. Do a marvel among this people, a marvel and a wonder, and the wisdom of their wise men shall vanish, and the understanding of their discerning, 25. Shall be hidden. pp. Actually an extra-large spatium. 15. Woe to those acting profoundly to keep their counsel secret, from Yeshayahu and 26. Their works are in darkness, and they say, who sees, and vav, and us, and who knows us. 16. Your perversity is as if the former's clay. 27. Shall be thought of, as the same thing, for the work says, and vav, and to the maker, you did not make me, or the formed clay to the one forming him he does not understand. 17. Is it not 28? Yet only a little while, and Lebanon shall be returned to being a grove land, and the grove land shall be thought of as a forest. 18. And they shall hear in the day. 29. Even that one, the deaf, the words of the book, and the eyes of the blind shall see out of obscurity and out of darkness. 19. And they shall increase. 30. Even the humble, joy in Yeshayahu, and the needy ones of mankind shall rejoice in the Holy One of Israel. 20. Because the tyrant is null. 31. And the scorner is finished, and all the watchmen of evil are cut off. 21. The ones causing sins of mankind in speech, and for the one laying a snare in the gate. XXIV Isaiah 29 verse 21 to 30:21. Continue ISA 29:21, for the one reproving and perverting the righteous for that which is unreal. pp. * 2. 22, therefore thus says Yhwh, who redeemed Abraham, to the house of Jacob. Not now 3. Shall Jacob be ashamed and his face shall not now grow pale? 23, because when he sees his children the work of my hands in his midst 4. They shall sanctify my name and cause sanctification to the Holy One of Jacob and to the God of Israel they will be struck with awe. 5, 24, and the erring spirits shall know understanding and the backbiters shall learn doctrine. pp. * 6. Chapter 30:1, Woe to the rebelling children says Yhwh for making counsel but not from me and for covering with a cover 7. But not of my spirit for the purpose of adding sin to sin. 2, to the ones walking to go down, and Tau and, to Egypt and of my mouth 8. They have not asked but for strengthening in the strength of Pharaoh and to seek refuge in the shadow of Egypt. 3, and the strength of Pharaoh shall be to you 9. For a shame and for you the trust in the shadow of Egypt, a disgrace. 4, because his princes were at Zoan and his messengers arrived at Chans. 10, 5, all are ashamed of a people who could not aid them nor help nor profit but for a shame 11. And also a reproach. pp. 12. 6, the oracle of the beasts of the Negev in the land of sorrow and, exodus, and distress, old lions, young lions, and there is no water, 13. Viper, flying seraph. They will carry away on the backs of asses the wealth and their treasures on the humps of camels 14. To a people who shall not profit. 7, for the Egyptians' helping is vain and empty therefore I called this one Rahab, they 15. Sit and do nothing. 8, and now go write, and Vav and, it on a tablet before them and engrave it upon a book that it may be for the latter day 16. And the times of the ages. 9, because this is a rebellious people, deceitful children, children who do not want to hear the Torah of 17. Yahweh. 10, who say to the seers, see not and to the seers of visions see no more visions for us of right things, speak 18. Flatteries to us and see visions of deceits, 11, turn aside from the way, move away from the path, cause to cease from our presence 19. The Holy One of Israel. pp. 20. 12, therefore thus says the Holy One of Israel, because of your rejection in this word and you trust in oppression 21. And deviousness and you depend on it, 13, therefore this evil, he, and Yod Vav and, shall be an outburst for you, falling, bulging in a wall 22. Of great height whose shattering will come suddenly in an instant. 14, and he shall shatter it like potters breaking a pitcher in pieces 23. He shall not spare, and Vav and there shall not be found in its shattering a shard for taking fire from the hearth or to draw water 24. From the cistern. pp. 25. 15, because thus says Yhwh, and Adonai and the Holy One of Israel in repentance and rest you will be saved, in quietness and trust 26. Shall be your might but you did not will them. 16, but you say, no but upon horses we will flee, therefore you shall flee, 27. And you say upon the swift we will ride, therefore the ones pursuing you shall be swift. 17, 1,000 at the rebuke of one, and from the presence, of the rebuke, 28. Of 5 you shall flee until your remainder is as a beacon on the top of the mountain and as an ensign upon a hill. 18, and therefore 29. Yhwh will wait to be merciful to you therefore he is on high for the showing of your mercy because Yhwh is a God of judgment 30. Blessed are all those who wait for him. 19, because people shall dwell in Zion and in Jerusalem, ye shall never weep 31 again, he, Yhwh, will be exceedingly gracious to you, to the voice of your cry when he shall hear it he will answer you. 20. When the Lord gives to you XXV Isaiah 30 verse 20 to 31:4:1. Continue 30:20, bread of sorrows and water of affliction yet your teachers shall not be put in a corner any more but your eyes too will be seeing your teachers, 21, and your ears shall hear a word from behind you saying this 3 is the way, walk in it that you might go to the right and that you might go to the left. 22, and you shall defile the overlay 4 of your silver idols and the garments of your gold molten images, you shall dispose of them like a menstruous cloth, you will say get out. 5, to it. 23, and he shall give you rain for the seed with which you sow the and earth and bread of the produce of the earth 6. And it shall be stalwart and fat and, plus seeded plus, your cattle in that day shall be in enlarged pastures. 24, the oxen 7. And the asses that serve the ground shall eat clean fodder that has been winnowed with a shovel 8. And pitchfork, 25, and there shall be on every high mountain and every lifted hill streams 9. Channels of water in the day, and vav and, of the exalted slaughter when the towers fall. 26, and the light of the moon shall be 10. Like the light of the sun, and the light of the sun shall be 7 times as the light of 7-11. Days in the day that Yhwh binds up the scattering of his people and heals the strike of her wound. pp. * 12. 27, behold the name of Yhwh comes from afar, his face burning with a heavy burden, his lips full of 13. Indignation and his tongue as a devouring fire. 28, and his breath like a stream overflowing to dividing the neck to sift 14. The nations with the sieve of vanity, and there shall be a bridle on their cheeks, and yod and, causing people to err. 29, we shall have a song 15. In the night of a sanctified feast and joy of heart, as when you go with a flute to the mountain of Yhwh, 16. To the rock of Israel. 30, and Yhwh will cause his voice of glory to be heard and the quieting 17. Of his arm he will show with the indignation of his anger and the flame of a devouring fire with scattering, driving storm and hailstones. 18, 31, because with the voice of Yhwh shall he beat down Assyria who struck with the rod. 32, and every passing over of the staff which is 19. Appointed which Yhwh will cause to lay upon him shall be with tambourines and harps and in battles of shaking to and fro 20. See variations, will he fight against them. 33, because Tophet has been prearranged from long ago, it is, plus completely plus, established also for the king, 21. He has made it deep and wide, the pyre in it is fire and there is much wood and the breath, Nishma, of Yhwh 22. Like, a river of brimstone sets it alight. pp. 23. Chapter 31:1, Woe to those going down to Egypt for help and they lean on horses and they trust 24. On chariots because they are many and upon horsemen because they are extremely strong and they do not lean upon the Holy One 25. Of Israel and they do not pursue Yhwh. 2, and also he is wise and he will bring the evil 26. And not turn away his words and he will rise against the house of the evildoers and against the help of the workers of iniquity. 27, 3, and the Egyptians are men and not God and their horses are flesh and not spirit. 28, and Yhwh will stretch out his hand and the helper shall fall and he who is helped shall fall down and all of them together will be consumed. pp. 29. 4, because thus has Yhwh spoken to me like as when, and the lion and the lion cub roar on the prey 30. When a contingent of shepherds, and vav and, are called against him he will not be afraid of their voices, or from their crowd noise will not 31. Plus be afraid plus, humble himself, so shall Yhwh of hosts come down to fight upon Mount Zion and upon her hill. Column XXVI Isaiah 31 verse 5 to 33:11. Chapter 31:5, As birds flying so will Yhwh of hosts defend on Jerusalem, defending 2. And delivering and passing over, Pesach, and bringing escape. 6, Return to him to whom they have been in profound revolt 3. Even the children of Israel. pp. 4. 7, For in that day each man shall reject the idols of silver and his idols of gold 5. Which their hands have made for them as a sin. 8, Then shall Assyria fall, not of a person's sword 6. Nor of A, and Aleph and man's sword it shall devour him and he shall flee from the sword and his chosen youths, they, forced laborers 7. Will become 9, and he shall pass over to his rock out of fear and his princes shall be afraid of the ensign says Yhwh 8. Whose own flame is in Zion and whose own furnace is in Jerusalem. pp. 9. Chapter 32:1, Behold, a king ought to reign in righteousness and it is for princes to govern with justice. 2, and then a man 10. Would be a hiding place from wind and a shelter from the tempest as streams of water in a dry place, Zion, as the shadow of a huge rock 11. In a weary land. 3, and the eyes of those seeing shall not turn his gaze away and the ears of the ones hearing 12. Shall listen, 4, and the hearts of the hasty ones shall understand knowledge but the tongue of the stammerer shall hasten 13. To speak clearly. 5, no longer will they call a foolish person noble, nor 14. Will they call a scoundrel generous, 6, because the senseless will speak nonsense and with his heart he will make wickedness to work hypocrisy 15. And to speak against Yhwh to make the soul of the hungry empty and the drink of the thirsty he will cause to diminish. 16, 7, the implements of the scoundrel are wickedness he proposes wicked plans to obligate the poor with speeches 17. Of deceitfulness, even when the needy speak of justice. 8, but the noble proposes noble things and he 18. By his nobility shall stand. pp. 19. 9, let the women who have security and Aleph and stand up. Hear my voice O trusting daughters and give ear, and Vav and 20. To my speech. 10, days upon years you shall be terrorized O trusting ones because the vintage will be finished and the harvest 21. Will never come. 11, be afraid O secure ones and have terror O trusting ones, strip off and become nude and put a girdle 22. And Sephadna see cum page on your loins, 12, they shall bewail for the breasts, for the beautiful fields 23, and for the fruitful vine, 13, upon the land of my people briars and thorns shall come up because it shall be on all the houses of 24, joy in the city of gladness. 14, because the palace shall be forsaken and the multitude of the city abandoned, awful, and the watchtower 25, shall be even for dens forever, a joy for wild asses, a pasture for herds 26. 15, until the Spirit be poured out upon us from the highest until the desert be as a garden spot and the garden spot, a forest 27, is esteemed as. 16, then shall judgment inhabit the desert and justice will dwell in the garden spot. 17, and 28, the work of righteousness shall be peace and the service of righteousness shall be quietness and security 29, forever. 18, and my people shall dwell in habitations of peace and in secure neighborhoods 30, and in resting places of quietness. 19, and if it hail coming down in the forest and the forest, city, be brought very low. pp. 30, blessed are you who are sowing beside all waters sending out the feet of the ox and the ass. 31, chapter 33:1, woe to the one spoiling and you were not spoiled and to the traitor and you were not betrayed, when you cease column XXVI Isaiah 2:33 verse 1 to 33:24:1. Continue chapter 33:1, spoiling you shall be spoiled, when you make an end of treachery they shall be treacherous against you. pp. 2. 2, O Yhwh be gracious to us, we have waited for you, be their arms for the mornings, even 3. Our salvation in the time of sorrows. 3, the people retreated from the voice of the multitude, from the exaltation of yourself they are shattered 4. Even the Gentiles. 4, and your spoil will be gathered like the gathering of the locust, as the rushing of the locust shall he run to and fro on it. 5, exalted is 5. Yhwh because he is the Shokin, mask form of Shekinah, in the highest, he fills Zion with justice and righteousness. 6, and the faithfulness of 6. Of your times is strength, and the fear of Yhwh is salvation, wisdom and knowledge, that is his treasure. pp. 7. *7, behold I see the raging of them, crying, in the outskirts, the messengers of peace will weep bitterly. 8. The highways are become desolate. 8. The one passing on the path desists, he has made known, broken, the covenant, he has despised the times, cities, he does not take thought of men. 9. It mourns. 9. And grows feeble even, and the earth, Lebanon, Vav plus dot, is confounded and withered, Sharon is like a desolate plain, and they shake off their produce. 10. Carmel and Bashan. pp. 11. 10. Now will I arise, says Yhwh, now will I be exalted, now will I be lifted up. 11. You shall conceive. 12. Chaff and bring out stubble, your own breath as fire shall devour you. 12. And the peoples shall be burnings. 13. Of bones, as thorns cut down shall they be set alight in the fire. 13. Hear distant ones that which I am doing. 14. And know my power in your midst. 14. The sinners in Zion are afraid, fear has taken hold. 15. Of the godless. Who among us will live with devouring fire, who among us will live with eternal burnings? 15. The one who walks, and Vav and 16. In righteousness, and who speaks straightly, the one who hates the unjust gain of the extortioner, the one shaking his hand from holding. 17. A bribe, the one closing his ears from hearing of blood and the one shutting his eyes from seeing. 18. Evil. 16. He shall inhabit fortresses of rocks in the highest as his refuge, his bread shall be given to him. 19. And his water is assured. 17. The king in his beauty your eyes shall see, in a vision your eyes shall see the land. 20. That is far off. 18. Your heart will ponder terror, where is the writer, where is the one who weighs, where is the one who numbers? 21. And the towers. 19. You shall not see, and Vav and, a barbarous people, a people of a deep speech incomprehensible. 22. Of a stammering tongue which can't be understood. 20. Envision Zion the city of our congregating, your eyes. 23. Shall see Jerusalem a habitation at ease, a tent that will not remove, and they shall not ever travel. 24. Even those of its tent pins and none of its ropes shall ever be pulled apart. 21. Because even their majestic Yhwh. 25. Is for us a place of doubly wide rivers and streams, neither in them will go any oared naval ship. 26. Nor shall a majestic ship pass by us. 22. Because Yhwh is the one judging us and Yhwh is the one governing us. 27. Yhwh is our king, he will save us. 23. Your ropes are cast off, they cannot hold fast because, surely. 28. With their masts they could not spread the sail, then the time of dividing the abundant spoil, the lame will loot the booty. 29, 24, and he who dwells there will not say, I am sick, the people, the ones who dwell in her, the wickedness shall be carried away. pp. Column XXVI Isaiah 34 verse 1 to 36:2-1. Chapter 34:1, Draw near O Gentiles to hear and listen O peoples, let the earth hear and all her fullness, the world system and all that proceeds from it. 2. Because the wrath of Yhwh is upon all the Gentiles and his anger is on all their hosts, he has completely destroyed them, he has given them for slaughtering. 3. And their slain ones 3. Are sent out and their dead bodies send upward their stench, and the mountains are melted with their blood. 4. The valleys shall be broken up, dissolved, and all the hosts of 4. The heavens shall fall, and the heavens shall be rolled up like a book and all their hosts shall fall down like a leaf falls from a vine and as one falling from 5. A fig tree. 5. Because, you shall see, my sword be drenched in heaven, behold it shall come down upon Edom and on the people of my curse for judgment. 6. The sword. 6. Of Yhwh is full of blood, it is made fat from the choicest parts, from the blood of lambs, from the fat of the inward parts of rams because 7. There is a sacrifice to Yhwh in Bozrah and a great slaughter in the land of Edom. 7. And the wild bulls shall come down with them and the oxen with 8. The bulls and their land shall be drenched with blood and their dust made fat. 8. Because it is the day of the vengeance of Yhwh and the year 9. Of retribution for the dispute of Zion. 9. And her rivers will be turned into pitch and her dust into brimstone and her land shall be pitch. 10. Burning. 10. Night and day it shall not be put out forever, her smoke shall go up from generation to generation and it shall be waste forever infinitely. 11. And no one shall pass over it. 11. And the cormorant and the hedgehog shall possess it and the owl and the raven shall inhabit it and he shall stretch out over it. 12. A line of indistinctness and shapeless stones. 12. They shall call her nobles to the kingdom but there will be no one there, and all of her princes shall be as nothing. 13. And there shall come up 13. In her palaces, and vav and thorns, nettles and briars in her fortresses and it shall be a dwelling for monsters and the abode of owls. 14. 14. And the wild beasts of the deserts and the islands shall join together there and the wild goats and they shall call to each other, even there the screech owl will alight and find. 15. A rest for themselves. 15. There shall the great owl make her nest and lay and hatch and gather under her shadow, even there shall be gathered. 16. Vultures each to her neighbor. pp. 17. c. 16. Seek you out of the book of Yhwh and read, for not one doctrine will lack her mate because his own mouth has commanded and his own spirit has gathered them. 18. And his spirit will gather them. 17. And he has cast the lot for them and his hand has divided it by line to them. And none. And forever, and they shall possess it and. 19. From generation to generation they shall dwell in it. Chapter 35:1. The wilderness and the desert will rejoice for them and the plain shall be glad and blossom like the rose. 2. And it shall blossom profusely, and rejoice even with joy and singing the glory of Lebanon. 20. Is given to her, the majesty of Carmel and Sharon, they shall see the glory of Yhwh. The majesty of our God. pp. 21. 3. Make strong the weak hands, and firm up the tottering knees. 4. Say to the hasty of heart be strong and do not be afraid. Behold. 22. Your God comes with vengeance, with recompense God himself comes and he will save you. 5. Then the eyes of the blind shall be opened. 23. And the ears of the deaf shall be opened. 6. Then the lame shall leap like a deer and the tongue of the dumb shall sing, because of the breaking out in the wilderness. 24. Of water and streams in abundance, the plain, plus shall go out plus. 7. And the dry ground will change to a muddy pool and the thirsty ground to springs of water. In the habitation of serpents. 25. Where they lie down shall be vegetation for reeds and papyrus. 8. And a highway shall be there, redundant, and a way, and it shall be called the way of holiness, they shall not pass over it, and vav and, the unclean, in margin. 26. But it shall be, for them, who are walking the way, even fools shall not wander astray. 9. There shall not be a lion or a violent beast there, they shall not. 27. Go up upon it they will not be found there, but the redeemed shall walk there. 10. And the ransomed of Yhwh shall return and come to Zion with singing and joy. 28. Everlasting upon their heads and they shall, obtain gladness and joy and grief and sighing shall flee. pp. c. 29. 11. Chapter 36:1. And it was in the 14th year of King Hezekiah that Sennacherib king of Assyria came up against all the cities of Judah. 30. The fortified ones and seized them. 2. And the king of Assyria sent Rabshakeh from Lachish to Jerusalem to the king. 31. Hezekiah with a very great army and they stood at the ascent of the upper spring in the highway of the launderer's field. Column XXX Isaiah 36 verse 3 to 36:21. 36:3, and Eliakim the son of Hilkiah who was over the household went out to him and Shebna the scribe too. And Joach the son of Asaph the recorder. 4. And Rabshakeh said to them, Speak please. 3. To Hezekiah, king of Judah, the great king, the king of Assyria says what for? Is this trust wherewith you are trusting? 5. I am saying, you say, but they are lip service words. 5. I have counsel and might for war. Now upon whom do you trust that you rebel against me? 6. Behold 6. You are trusting in the support of this broken cane, upon Egypt which should he lean 7. A man on it and it will go into his hand and pierce it. So is Pharaoh king of Egypt to all who are trusting 8. In him. 7. And if you shall say to me we trust in Yahweh our God, is it not he of whom 9? Hezekiah has taken away his high places and his altars, and said to Judah and to Jerusalem 10. Before this altar you shall worship. In Jerusalem. And not in M. 8. And now please give hostages to my lord 11. The king of Assyria and I will give to you 2,000 horses if you are able for yourself to put riders 12. Upon them, 9, and how will you turn away the face of one of the smallest of the captains from the servants of my lord 13. And you trust for yourself on Egypt for chariots and for horsemen, 10, and now have I come up without Yahweh 14. Against this land to cause its destruction, Yahweh said to me go up to this land 15. To destroy it. 11. Then said Eliakim and Shebna and Joach to Rabshakeh, please speak to your servant 16. Margin, with us, in Aramaic because we understand it and do not speak these words asterisk in the ears of asterisk, adds, in Jewish, 17. The men, people, who are dwelling, on the wall. 12. And Rabshakeh said, is it to you and upon 18? Your lord that my lord has sent me to speak these words. Is it not to these men 19? The ones dwelling on the wall to eat their own dung and to drink their own urine, water of the feet, 20. With you. 13. The Rabshakeh stood, and vav and cried with a great voice in Jewish and he said 21. Hear the words of the great king the king of Assyria, 14, thus says the king of Assyria do not let him deceive 22. You, even Hezekiah because he is not able to deliver you. 15, and do let Hezekiah cause you to trust 23. In Yahweh saying, Yahweh will most certainly deliver us and this city will not be given into the hand of 24. The king of Assyria. 16, do not listen to Hezekiah because thus says the king of Assyria make with me 25. A bribe and come out to me and eat you each man of his own vine and each man of his own fig tree and drink each man the waters of 26. His own well. 17, until I come and take you to a land like your own land to a land of corn 27. And new wine a land of bread and vineyards. 18, watch lest Hezekiah incite you saying 28. Yahweh will deliver us, has any of the gods of the nations delivered to a man his land out of the hand of the king of Assyria 29. 19, where are the gods of Hamath and Arphad, where are the gods of Sepharvaim and when, and have and, they delivered 30. Samaria from my hand. 20, who among all the gods of these lands has delivered their land XXX Isaiah 36 verse 30 to 37:24 1. Continue 36:20, from my hand that Yahweh should deliver Jerusalem from my hand. 21, but they were silent and answered him not a word because the commandment of 2. The king was this, saying, do not answer him. pp. 3. 22, and Eliakim the son of Hilkiah who was over the household and Shebna the scribe and Joach son of Asaph the recorder came to 4. Hezekiah with torn clothes and they told him the words of Rabshakeh. Chapter 37:1, and it was when Hezekiah the king heard it 5. He tore his clothes and he covered himself in sackcloth and he went to the house of Yahweh. 2, and he sent Eliakim who was over the household 6. And Shebna the scribe and the father of, the elders of the priests covered in sackcloth to Isaiah the son of Amoz the prophet 7. 3, and they said to him, thus says Hezekiah today is a day of sorrow trouble and blasphemy because children have come 8. To the place of breaking forth and there is no strength to bear. 4, perhaps Yahweh your God will hear the words, and Mem and, of Rabshakeh whom he sent 9. Even the king of Assyria his lord to reproach the living God, and he will rebuke on the words which Yhwh your God has heard, so you will lift up, and 10. A prayer for the sake of the remnant of what is still found here, plus in this city plus. 5. And the servants of the king, and Hezekiah came to Isaiah, lines 11 to 13 are written in tiny letters, 11. 6. And Isaiah said to them, Thus shall you say to your Lord, Thus says Yhwh, do not be afraid at the presence of the words 12. Which you have heard, with which the youths of the king of Assyria have blasphemed me. 7. Behold, I will send a spirit in him, and he shall hear a report and shall return to his own land, in margin, and I will cause him to fall by the sword in his own land. 13. 8. And Rabshakeh returned, and he found the king of Assyria fighting against Libnah, because he heard that he had travelled from Lachish. 9. And he heard 14. About Tirhakah king of Ethiopia, saying, He is coming out to fight with you, and he heard, and he returned, and he sent messengers to 15. Hezekiah saying, 10. Thus shall you speak to Hezekiah king of Judah, saying, Do not let your God deceive you. 16. Who you trust in him, saying, Jerusalem shall not be given into the hand of the king of Assyria. 11. Behold, you have heard. 17. That which the kings of Assyria did to the lands to destroy them, and then shall you be delivered. 12. Have the gods delivered them? 18. The nations which my fathers destroyed, like Guzan or Charan or Rezep or the children of Eden who were in Telassar. 13. Where 19. Is the king of Hamath or the king of Arphad or the king of the city of Sepharvaim, Hena and Iva, plus and Samaria plus. pp. 20. 14. And Hezekiah took the writings from the hand of the messengers, and he read them, and he went up to the house of Yhwh, and he spread them. 21. And Hezekiah and, before Yhwh. 15. And Hezekiah prayed to Yhwh, saying, 16. Yhwh of hosts, God of Israel, who dwells. 22. By the cherubim you are he the only God for all the kingdoms of the earth, you have made the heavens. 23. And the earth. 17. Stretch out your ear, Yhwh, and hear, open your eyes, Yhwh, and see and hear all the words. 24. Of Sennacherib which he sends to reproach the living God. 18. Surely Yhwh the kings of Assyrian have made desolate all. 25. The countries. Plus and their lands plus. 19. And they, he, have given their gods into the fire, because they are no gods except the works of the hands of. 26. Man, wood and stone, and they destroyed them. 20. And now Yhwh our God save us from his hand, and they shall know all. 27. The kingdoms of the earth alone you are Yhwh, plus God plus. pp. 28. 21. And Isaiah the son of Amoz sent unto Hezekiah, saying, Thus says Yhwh the God of Israel of that which. 29. You prayed to him, me, about Sennacherib king of Assyria. 22. This is the word that Yhwh is speaking about him, she has despised you. 30. And mocked after you, even the virgin daughter of Zion, the daughter of Jerusalem has shaken her head at you. Who have you reproached? 31. And blasphemed, and against whom have you exalted your voice and lifted up on high? Against God the Holy One of Israel. 24. By the hand of column XXXI Isaiah 37 verse 24 to 38:8:1. Continue 37:24. Your servants you have reproached my Lord, and you said, By the multitude of my chariots I will go up to the highest mountains, to the sides of Lebanon, and I will cut down the high cedars from the choicest fir trees, and I will go to the highest end of his Carmel. 25. I 3. Have read, dug, and I have drunk, foreign, water, and I have dried up with the sole of my feet all of the rivers of the fortresses. 26. Have you not heard? 4. From afar that I have done it, from ancient days that I have formed it, and now I have brought it to pass that you should make desolate. 5. Fortress cities into Nazarene, stripped off, heaps. 27. Therefore their inhabitants were of shortened hands, they were dismayed, and the inhabitants, ashamed, were as grass of the field. 6. And as green vegetation, and the grass on roofs like fields scorched anciently, and before your standing up. Blasted before they are grown up. 28, and your dwelling and your going out and your coming in 7. I know and your rage against me, 29, because your rage against me and your arrogance, and Aleph and, is come up into my ears, and I will put my hook into your nose and my bit 8. Into your lips and I will cause you to return in the same way in which you came. 30, and this is a sign for you, you shall eat 9. This year of aftergrowth and in the 2nd year volunteer grain and in the 3rd year you shall sow and you shall reap and you shall plant 10. Vineyards and eat the fruit. 31, and those escaped of the house of Judah and the thing found, remnant, shall again take root downward and make fruit upward, 32, because 11. From Zion, Jerusalem, the remnant shall go out and the escapees from Jerusalem, Mount Zion, the zeal of Yhwh of hosts will do this. pp. 12. 33, Therefore thus says Yhwh to the king of Assyria, he will not come into this city, and he will not 13. Pour out a mound upon it nor shoot an arrow there, nor come in front of it with shields. 34, By the way which he came 14. In it he shall return and into this city he shall not come says Yhwh. 35, And I will defend this city 15. To save it for my own sake and for the sake of David my servant. pp. 16. 36, And the angel of Yhwh went out and struck in the camp of the Assyrians, 185,000, and they rose up in the morning 17. And behold all of them were dead corpses. 37, And Sennacherib king of Assyria he returned and he dwelled at Nineveh. 18, And he was worshipping in the house of Nisroch his god and Adramelech and Sharezer his son struck him with the sword 19. And they escaped into the land of Ararat and Esarhaddon his son reigned in his place. pp. 20. Chapter 38:1, And in those days Hezekiah was deathly sick and Isaiah son of Amoz the prophet came to him and he said 21. To him thus says Yhwh Command your house you shall die and you shall not live, 2, And Hezekiah turned 22. His face to the wall and he prayed to Yhwh, 3, And he said, I pray O Yhwh please remember how I have walked before you 23. In truth and with a perfect heart and the good in your eyes I have done and Hezekiah wept a great weeping 24. 4, And the word of Yhwh came to Isaiah saying, 5, Go and you shall say to Hezekiah, Thus says Yhwh 25. The God of David your father, I have heard your prayer and I see your tears behold I am adding to 26. Your days 15 years. 6, And from the hand of the king of Assyria I will deliver you and this city and I will defend 27. Upon this city, for my own sake and for the sake of David my servant. 7, And this is to you the sign from Yhwh that he will do 28. Even Yhwh, this thing which he has spoken. 8, Behold I will cause the shadow to return of the degrees which have gone down in the sundial 29. Upon Achaz by the sun backward 10 degrees and the sun returned 10 degrees in the degrees column XXXII Isaiah 38 verse 8 to 40:21. Continue 38:8, by which it had gone down. 9, The letter of Hezekiah king of Judah during his sickness and he revived from his sickness. 2, 10, I myself said in the cessation of my, and days I have gone to the gates of Sheol I have been visited from the remainder of my years. 11, I said I shall not 3. See ya in the land of the living and I will not behold mankind any more with the dwellers of the world system. 12, My generation has departed 4. And it is consumed, rolled up, from me like a shepherd's tent, I am writing like one weaving, my life like pining he has cut me off from day till night you will make an end of me. 5, 13, I babbled, compared, till morning, as a lion, so will he break all my bones, from day till night you will make an end of me. 6, 14. Like a horse or a swallow, thus I chirped, I mourned like a dove, my eyes hang down from on high. O Lord I have oppression. 7. Carry me over. 15, What shall I say? He spoke to me, and he himself has done it, plus to me plus, I shall go softly all my years upon the bitterness 8. of soul. 16, O Lord, upon these they live, and in all of them is the life of my spirit, and will you take the sickness from me, and cause me to live? 9, 17. Behold, instead of peace it was very bitter to me, but you loved my soul from the pit of nothingness because you have cast 10. Behind your back all my sins. 18, for the grave cannot thank you, death cannot praise you, they cannot hope. 11. Who go down into the pit, for your truth. 19, the living, he shall thank you, as I do today, the Father to the sons is will cause knowledge. 12. To your truth. 20, YHWH was for saving me, plus the living thank you as I do today the Father to the sons. 13, will cause knowledge to them to your truth, YHWH was for saving me plus, and we will sing my songs with the stringed instruments all the days of. 14. Our life in the house of YHWH. 21. For Isaiah said, a cake of figs, and rub it on the boil, the rest of this line is written in the margin, and he shall live. 22. Hezekiah had said, what is the sign that I shall go up to the house of the Lord? 15, chapter 39:1. At that time Merodach-Baladan, the son of Baladan, king of Babylon, sent books and a present to 16. Hezekiah, for he had heard that he was sick, and had lived, regained strength. 2, and Hezekiah rejoiced for them, and showed them 17. All the house of his treasures, the silver, and the gold, and the spices, and the good oil. 18. And all the house of his implements, and all that was found in his treasures, there was not a thing that he did not. 19. Show them even Hezekiah, and Vav and in his house and in all his government. pp. 20. 3. And Isaiah the prophet came to the and King Hezekiah, and said to him, what did they say the men? 21. These ones. And from where did they come to you? And Hezekiah said, from a far land they came to me, from Babylon. 22, 4. And he said, what did they see in your house? And Hezekiah said, they saw all that is in my house, there is not. 23. A thing that I did not show them in my treasures. pp. 24. 5. And Isaiah said to Hezekiah, hear the word of YHWH of hosts. 6. Behold, the days are coming. 25. That all that is in your house shall be carried away, and that which your fathers have treasured up until this day, to Babylon, plus and they shall come plus. 26. And not a thing shall be left, says YHWH. 7. And of your sons who shall go out from you, who shall be born to you they shall take. 27. And they shall be eunuchs in the palace of the king of Babylon. 8. And Hezekiah said to Isaiah, good. 28. Asterisk, is the word of YHWH which you have spoken, he explained, because there shall be peace and truth in my days. pp. 29. Chapter 40:1. Be comforted my people, and your God says. 2. Speak with the heart to Jerusalem, and call to her, column XXXI Isaiah 40 verse 2 to 40:28. 1. Continue chapter 40:2, that her warfare is completed because her iniquity is pardoned, for she received from the hand of YHWH 2 handfuls for all 2. Her sins. 3. A voice crying in the wilderness, prepare the way of the YHWH, make straight in the desert. 3. A highway for our God. 4. Every valley shall be lifted up, and every mountain and hill shall be brought low, and the sly shall be straightened. 4. And the rough places as a valley. 5. And the glory of YHWH shall be revealed, and all flesh shall see it together, because the mouth of 5. YHWH has spoken. pp. 6. 6. The voice said, cry. And he said, what shall I cry? All flesh is grass, and all the pleasantness of it is as the flower of 7. The field. 7. The grass dries, the flower droops, asterisk because the spirit of YHWH blows on it asterisk, the text is confused here, see explanation in comments. He speaks. Our God will stand forever, surely the people is grass. The rest is in the margin. 8. The grass withers, the flower fades, but the word of our God 8. 9. Upon a high hill go, go up, with good news O Zion, raise up your voice in strength with good news, O Jerusalem. 9. Lift it up, do not be afraid, say to the cities, and Vav and, of Judah, behold your God. 10. Behold, the Lord Yhwh 10. Will come in strength, and his arm shall govern for him behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. 11. Like a shepherd 11. His flock he shall feed, in his arm he shall gather the lambs and carry them in his bosom, and shall gently lead those who are nursing. pp. 12. 12. Who has measured in the hollow of his hand the waters, plus of the sea plus, and balanced the heavens with, plus his plus, span and contained the dust of the earth in third part, and weighed 13. In scales the mountains, and the hills in encampments, a balance, 13. Who measured out the spirit of Yhwh or what man being his counselor brought him knowledge? 14. And 14. Who was his counselor, or who brought him understanding, or taught him in the path of judgment, or taught him knowledge, and the way of understanding caused him to know? 15. 15. Behold, the Gentiles are as a drop from a bucket, and are thought as the fine dust of the balances, behold, he takes up the islands as a little thing. 16. And Lebanon 16. Has not enough to burn, and its beasts are not enough for a burnt offering. pp. 17. 17. All the Gentiles are as nothing before him, and as non-existent they are accounted to him, and a void. 18. And to whom will you compare God? 18. And to what comparison will you compare to me, him? 19. The craftsman, plus makes plus, a melting of an idol, and the smelter overlays it with gold, and chains 19. Of silver he casts. 20. The one being too poor for an offering a rotting tree he chooses, he seeks for himself a wise craftsman to prepare an idol, 20 that will not be shaken. 21. Have you not known? Have you not heard? Has it not been told from the start to you? Have you not understood? 21. From the foundations of the earth? 22. He is the one sitting on the circle of the earth, and its inhabitants are as grasshoppers, he is the one stretching out as a curtain. 22. The heavens, and he spreads them out as a tent to dwell in. 23. He is placing commanders as nothing, he makes the judges of the earth as a void. 23, 24. Yet, they shall not be planted, yet, they shall not be sown, yet, their stem shall not take root in the earth, and he shall also blow, see explanation, on them, and they shall dry up. 24. And the whirlwind shall bear them away like chaff. pp. 25. 25. To whom will you liken me, or shall I be compared? Says the Holy One. 26. Lift up your eyes on high, and see who has created. 26. These things, the one who brings out by number their host, he calls them all by names by exalted power and might and strength. 27. Not one is made to fail. pp. 28. 27. Why does Jacob speak and Israel say, my way is hidden from Yhwh and from my God my judgment? 29. Is passed over. 28. Have you not known? Have you not heard, that the everlasting God, Yhwh, the creator of the ends of the earth, column XXXIV Isaiah 40 verse 29 to 41:23 1. Continue chapter 40:28, is not tired nor weary. There is no search for his understanding. 29 He gives strength to the tired, and to those having no vigor, might. 2. He increases. 30. Youths become weary, and the choice ones shall completely stumble. 31. But the ones who wait upon Yhwh shall renew their strength, they shall go up 3. Winged as eagles, they shall run, and not be weary, and they shall walk, and not faint. pp. 4. Chapter 41:1. Be speechless before me, O islands, and let the people renew strength, let them come near, then they will speak, together for judgment. We will draw near. pp. 5. 2. who raises up the righteous man from the east, called him to his feet, gave the Gentiles before him, and caused him to dominate kings. He gave 6. Them as the dust for his sword, and as chaff being driven by his bow. 3. He pursued them, and passed in peace, the way his feet did not understand. See note, 4. Who 7. Has worked and done it, calling the generations from the start. I am the first, and the last, I am he. pp. * 8. 5. The islands saw it, and they were afraid, the ends of the earth, together, trembled, drew near, and arrived. 6. Each man helped his neighbor, and Vav and 9. To his brother he said, Be strong. 7. And the craftsman strengthened the smelter, and the one smoothing with hammer him who strikes the anvil, and he says 10. It is good for soldering, and he makes it firm with nails, so it does not move. pp. * 11. 8. But you, Israel, are my servant, Jacob I have chosen you, the seed of Abraham my friend. 9. I have strengthened you. 12. From the ends of the earth, and from her chief men I have called you, and I said, and Vav and, to you, you are my servant, I have chosen you, and have not 13. Rejected you. 10. Do not be afraid, for I am with you, do not be dismayed, for I am your God, I will strengthen you. 14. Yet I will help you, yet I will support you with the right hand of my righteousness. 11. Plus behold, plus, they shall be ashamed and humiliated all who are incensed against you and they shall perish, and plus they shall be as nothing. 15. All the men striving with you. pp. A blank line see note. * 16, 12. Q omits equals you shall seek them, and shall not find them, the men of your strife, those who war against you shall be as nothing, and finished. 13. Because Yhwh your God. 17. Will hold your right hand, saying to you, Fear not, I will help you. 14. Do not be afraid O worm Jacob. 18. And friends of Israel, I will help you, says Yhwh, and your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel. 15. Behold, I will put you. 19. As a new sharp threshing tool owning teeth, you shall thresh the mountains, and crush them, and shall make the hills like chaff. 16. You shall winnow them, and the wind. 20. Shall carry them away, and the whirlwind shall scatter them, and you shall rejoice in Yhwh, in the Holy One of Israel you shall glory. 21, 17. When the poor and needy seek water, and there is none, and their tongue in thirst is parched, Yhwh will hear them. 22. The God of Israel will not abandon them. 18. I will open rivers in high places, and in the midst of valleys fountains. 23. I will make the wilderness as a pool of water, and blighted land as springs of water. 19. I will give in the wilderness cedar, the acacia tree. 24. And the myrtle, and the oil tree, I will put in the desert plain the fir tree, and the pine, together, plus the box tree. 20. So that they may see. 25. And know, and understand, and consider. And comprehend together, that the hand of Yhwh has done this, and the Holy One of Israel. 26. Has created it. 21. Draw near your argument, says Yhwh, bring out your strongest. 27. Says the King of Jacob. 22. Let them bring them out, and tell us that which is going to happen, let them show the first things, as they were. 28. Let them tell them that we may set them in our hearts, and know then the latter end, or things to come. Declare to us. 23. Tell us column XXXV Isaiah 41 verse 23 to 42 17 1. Continue chapter 41 23, the symbols of the latter days, that we may know that you are gods, indeed, make either a good thing or an evil thing. 2, and we will hear, that we may be amazed, and behold it together. 24. Behold, you are from nothing, and your work, is worthless and an abomination. Is he who chooses 3, you. 25. I have awakened one from the north, and they shall arrive from, eastward to the sun, and he shall call upon my name, and they shall come to governors as to mortar, and as the potter treads clay. 26. Who has told from the beginning, that we may know. 5. And before, that we may say, he is righteous. Yet, there is none telling, yet, there is none announcing, yet, there is none hearing. 6. Your words. pp. 7. 27. Behold the first of Zion, behold them, and to Jerusalem I will give one who brings good tidings. 28. And I looked, and there was no man among them. 8. And there was no counselor, and I asked of them, and they returned not a word. 29. Behold, they are nothing and worthless, their works are wind. Plus behold all of them are vanity, their works are nothing. 9. And their idols are emptiness. And Yod and pp. 10. Chapter 42:1. Behold my servant, whom I uphold, my chosen, in whom my soul delights, I put my spirit upon him, and his judgment. 11. Will go out to the Gentiles. 2. He shall not cry, nor shout, nor cause his voice to be heard in the outskirts. 3. A bruised reed. 12. He shall not break, and the smoking flax he shall not quench, for truth he shall bring out judgment. 4. He shall not falter nor be 13. Discouraged, until he puts judgment in the earth, and the islands shall inherit his Torah. pp. 14. 5. Thus says the God, Ha'el, and God, Elohim, Yhwh, the creator of the heavens, and stretched them out in the firmament, and the earth. 15. And that which comes out of it, the giver of breath, neshama, to the people upon it, and spirit to those walking in it. 6. I, plus Yhwh, have called you. It is well worth inserting here a note referring to the most interesting notations or symbols above the last word in this line. See the notes here. 16. In righteousness, and I will hold your hand, and will keep you, a Nazarene word, and I will give you for a covenant of the people, for a light of the Gentiles. 17. 7. To open the blind eyes, to bring out from prison the prisoners, and from the house of confinement those who sit in darkness. 18. 8. I am Yhwh, that is my name, and my glory will I not give to another, neither my praise to idols. 9. The first things, I told. And 19. Behold, they have come to pass, and new things I tell, before they spring up I tell you of them. 20. 10. Sing to Yhwh a new song, and his praise from the end of the earth, the ones going down to the sea, and the fullness of the islands. 21. And the inhabitants of them. 11. Let wilderness and her cities lift up their voice, the villages that Kedar inhabits, let the inhabitants of Selah, Petra, sing. 22. Let them roar, cry, from the top of the mountains. 12. Let them set glory to Yhwh, and let them tell his praise in the islands. pp. See notes, 23. 13. Yhwh shall go out as a mighty man, like a man of war, he shall awaken jealousy, he shall know, cry, even, roar. 24. Against his enemies he shall prevail. 14. I have kept silent, from long ago, I have been speechless and restrained myself, like one in childbirth. 25. I will scream, I will groan and pant together. 15. I will lay waste mountains and hills, and all their vegetation. 26. I will dry up, and I will set the rivers as islands, and I will dry up the pools. 16. And I will cause the blind to walk in a way. 27. That they did not know, in paths that they did not know I will lead them, I will make darkness light before them. 28. And crooked things straight. These things will I do to them, and will not abandon them. 17. They shall be turned around backward and greatly. 29. Ashamed who trust in idols, who say to the molten images, you are our gods. pp. Column XXXVI Isaiah 42 verse 18 to 43:21. Chapter 42:18, Let the deaf hear, and cause the blind to look, to see. 19. Who is blind, except but my servant, or as deaf as my messenger too? Whom I sent? Who is as blind as the self-confident, and as blind as Yhwh's servant? 20. You see many things, but you observe not. He opens 3. X. The ears, but he does not hear. 21. Yhwh is pleased for his righteousness' sake, and he magnifies and makes honorable the law. 22. But this is for a people robbed and plundered, all of them are trapped in holes, and they are hidden in prison houses, they are for loot, and no one is delivering. 5. For plundering, and no one says, Return. 23. Who among you will listen to this? Who will draw near and hear of the latter things? 24. Who 6. Gave Jacob for plundering, and Israel to the robbers? Did not Yhwh, he against whom we have sinned? For they were not willing. 7. Walk in his ways, nor would they obey his Torah. 25. And he poured on him his furious anger, and the strength of war, and it has set him on fire. 8. Round about, yet he knew not, and it burned him, yet he did not take it to heart. pp. 9. Chapter 43:1, But now thus says Yhwh your Creator, and Yod, Jacob, and the one who formed, and Yod and you, O Israel, do not be afraid, for I have redeemed you. 10. I have called you by your name, you are mine. And Aleph and 2. When you pass through the waters, I will be with you, and through the rivers, they shall not flow over you. 11. When you walk through the fire, you shall not be scorched, nor shall the flame burn you. pp. 12. 3. For I am Yhwh your God, the Holy One of Israel, and your Redeemer, and your Savior. I gave Egypt for your ransom, Ethiopia, and Sheba instead of you. 13. 4. Because you were precious in my sight, you have been glorified, and I have loved you, therefore I give the and men for you, and people instead. 14. For your soul. 5. Do not be afraid, for I am with you, I will bring your seed from the east, and gather you from the west. 6. I will say. 15. To the north, give up, and to the south, keep not back, bring my sons from far, and my daughters from the ends of the earth. 7. Everyone. 16. Who is called by my name, for I have created him for my glory, I formed him, yes, I have made him. 8. Bring him with the blind. 17. Who have eyes, and the deaf who have ears. 9. Let all the Gentiles be gathered together, and let the people be assembled. 18. Who among them can tell this, and proclaim to us first things? Let them give their witnesses, and they will be justified, or let them hear. 19. And let them say, This is truth. 10. You are my witnesses, says Yhwh, and my servant whom I have chosen, so that you may know and believe. 20. Me, and understand that I am he, before me there was no God formed, nor after me will there be. pp. 21. 11. I, even I, am Yhwh, and beside me there is no Savior. 12. I have told, and have saved, and I have declared, when there was number. 22. Alien God among you, and you are my witnesses, says Yhwh, that I am God. 13. Also before the day was I am he, and there is none who can deliver out of my hand. 23. I work, and who shall return it? pp. 24. 14. Thus says Yhwh, Lord, your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, for your sake I have sent to Babylon, and have brought down their nobles. 25. All of them, and the Chaldeans, whose song is in the ships. 15. I am the Lord, your Holy One, the Creator of Israel, your King. pp. 26, 16. Thus says Yhwh, who makes a roadway in the sea, and a pathways in the mighty waters. 17. Who brings out the chariot and horse. 27. The army and the might together, they shall lie down, they shall not rise up, they are quenched, they are put out like a wick. 18. Do not cause to remember the first things. 28. Nor consider the ancient things. Less than 19. Behold, I make a new thing, now it shall spring up, shall you not know it? Yes. 29. I will make a roadway in the wilderness, and rivers in the Jeshimon. 20. The beast of the field shall glorify me, the sea monster and the owls. Column XXXVI Isaiah 43 verse 20 to 44:23 1. Continue chapter 43:20, because I give waters in the wilderness, and rivers in Jeshimon, to give drink to my people, and my chosen. 21. This people have I formed for myself, they shall speak my praise. pp. 2. 22. But you did not call me, Jacob, because you were weary of me, Israel. 23. You did not bring me a sheep for a burnt offering, and with your sacrifices 3. You did not glorify me. Plus and you did not make me a present plus, m. I have not caused you to serve, and I have not wearied you with incense. 24. You did not buy for me with silver sweet cane 4. Nor with the fat of your sacrifices have you filled me, but you have made me to serve with your sins, you have wearied me with your iniquities. 25. I, even I, 5. Am he, the one blotting out your transgressions for my own sake, and I will remember your sins no longer. 26. Cause me to remember, let us judge together, explain in what manner. 6. You are justified. 27. Your first father sinned, and your leaders transgressed against me. 28. And I have cursed the princes of holiness, and gave Jacob to the curse. 7. And Israel to reproaches. Chapter 44:1. Yet now hear, O Jacob my servant, and Israel, my chosen, come, or, in it, pp. 8. 2. Thus says Yhwh the one who made you, and the one who formed you from the womb, the one helping you, do not be afraid Jacob, my servant, and you, Jeshurun, my chosen, come or to it. 9. 3. Because I will pour water on the thirsty, and floods on the dry land, and thus and I will pour my spirit upon your seed, and my blessing upon your offspring. 4. And they shall spring up as among 10. The grass, as willows by the streams of water. 5. This one will say, I am Yhwh's, and this one shall call on the name of Jacob, and another shall write with his hand 11. To Yhwh and on the name of Israel he shall be titled, pp. 12. 6. Thus says Yhwh the King of Israel, and his Redeemer Yhwh of hosts, plus is his name, I am the first, and I am the last, and beside me there is no God. 13. 7. And who is like me, who can call, and tell, and explain for myself since I placed the people of antiquity, the things that have happened? Let them say, the things that are coming, the things to come in future, let them tell. 14. To us. 8. Do not fear, nor be afraid, have I not from then spoken of it to you, and have told it? You are my witnesses. Is there a God beside me? There is no God of 15. Stone that I know. 9. The makers an idol, all of them are empty, and their coveted things without profit, and their own witnesses, and they are and they do not see and they do not know, so that 16. They may be ashamed. 10. Who forms a god, or casts an idol for no profit? 11. Behold, all his friends shall be ashamed, for the workmen are from mankind, they are gathered together. 17. All of them, and they stand up, they are afraid and they are ashamed together. 12. The iron worker works with tongs in the coals, and fashions, and yod and it with hammers, and works at 18. With the strength of his arms, also he is hungry, and he has no strength, he drinks no water, and is tired. 13. The craftsman, and yod and of wood stretches out his ruler, he marks it out with a line. 19. He fits it with planes, and he marks it out with the compass, and makes it in the shape of a man, according to human excellence, to abide in the house. 14. For hewing down. 20. For himself cedars, and taking the cypress and the oak, which he strengthens for himself among the trees of the forest, he plants an ash, and the rain makes it grow. 15. Then it shall blaze, b, for man for burning, and he will take 21. From them, and warm himself, yes, he kindles it, and bakes bread, yes, he labors at a god, and worships it, he makes an idol, and falls down to it. 16, half he burns in 22. The fire, and with and half of it he eats flesh, he kindles and he warms himself, he roasts meat, and is satisfied, he warms himself, and says to his brother, I am warm, I am before the light, fire, 17. And with the remains he makes a god, 23, from a tree trunk, even his graven image, and he falls down to it and worships and prays to it, and says, Deliver me, for you are my God. 18, they do not know nor understand. 24, for he has plastered their eyes, from seeing, and their hearts, from understanding. 19, and none returns to his heart, nor is there knowledge nor understanding to say, plus. 25. I have burned part of it in the fire, yes, I have baked bread upon the coals, I have roasted flesh, and eaten it, and the rest I shall make an abomination. Shall I fall down to the trunk? 26. Of a tree. 20, he feeds on dust, a deceived heart has stretched him out, so that he cannot deliver his soul, nor say, There is falsehood in my right hand. pp. 27. 21, remember these, O Jacob and Israel, for you are my servant, I have formed you my servant, Israel, I shall not forget you. 22, I have blotted out, as a cloud. 28. Your transgressions, and, as a cloud, your sins, return to me, for I have redeemed you. pp. 29. 23, sing, O heavens, for Yhwh has done it, shout, under parts of the earth, break out into singing, O mountains, O forest, and every tree there, because Yhwh has redeemed. XXXVI Isaiah 44 verse 23-45:21 1. Continue chapter 44:23, Jacob, and has done wonders in Israel. Thus says Yhwh, your Redeemer, and he who formed you from the womb. 2. I am Yhwh, maker of all things, stretching out the heavens alone, spreading abroad the earth by myself. 25. Frustrating the symbols of the and liars and making those doing divination. 3. To rant, turning around the and wise men and backward, and making their knowledge foolish. 26. Confirming the word of his servant, and he rewards the counsel of his messengers, the one saying 4. To Jerusalem, ye shall be inhabited, and to the cities of Judah, ye shall be built, and your wasted places I will raise them up. 27 Saying to the deep, be dry. 5. And I will dry up your rivers. 28, saying of Cyrus, he is my shepherd, and all my desires he will complete, and saying to Jerusalem, ye shall be built. 6, and to the temple, your and yod and a foundation shall be laid. Chapter 45:1, thus says Yhwh to his Messiah, to Cyrus, whose right hand I have held. 7. To bring down Gentiles before him, and I will loose the loins of kings, to open before him the two-doored gates, and the gates shall not be shut. 2. I 8. Will go before you, and make straight, the crooked places. I will shatter the gates of brass, and chop up the bars of iron. 3. And I will give 9. To you the treasures of darkness, and riches of secret places, so that you will know that I Yhwh, the one calling you by your name. 10. Am the God of Israel. For the sake of Jacob my servant, and Israel my chosen, I have called you by your, and yod and name, plus I have surnamed you, and neither. 11. Did you know me? 5. I am Yhwh, and there is no one else, and beside me there is no God. I girded you, and you did not know me. 6, so that they will know. 12. From the rising of the sun, and from the west, that there is none beside me. I am Yhwh, and there is no one else. 7. I am the former of the light, and creator of darkness. 13. Making good, peace. And creating evil, I Yhwh am doing all these things. pp. 14. 8. Plus drop down, you heavens, from above, and let the clouds pour out righteousness, speak to the earth and let it sprout salvation, let righteousness be made to spring out. The rest of verse 8 is not in Q. I am Yhwh, I created it. pp. 15. 9. Woe to him who argues with the one making him. As the potsherd argues with the potsherds of the earth. Plus woe plus, to the one saying 16. To the one forming it, what are you making? Or, your work, it has no, plus human plus, hands. 10. Woe to him who says to his father, what did you beget? Or to the woman, 17. What have you brought forth? 11. Thus says Yahweh, and the Holy One of Israel, and his Maker, ask me of future signs concerning my sons, and concerning the work of 18. My hands. Command me. 12. I made the earth, and man upon it I created, I, even my hands, have stretched out the heavens, and all 19. Their host, have I commanded. 13. I have raised him up in righteousness, and I will straighten all his ways, he shall build 20. My city, and the tithe he shall send out, not for price nor reward, says Yahweh of hosts. pp. 21. 14. Thus says, Yahweh, the toil of Egypt, and merchandise of Ethiopia and of the Sabaeans, men of stature, they shall pass over to you, and they shall be yours. 22. Behind they shall see, in fetters, they shall pass over, and they shall fall down and worship you, and to you they shall pray, saying, surely God is in you, and there is no other. 23. And there is no other God. 15. Therefore you are a God of hidden places, O God of Israel, the Saviour. 16. They shall be ashamed, and also humiliated, all of them. 24. Together, shall go to humiliation who are craftsmen of stone idols. 17. Israel shall be saved by Yahweh with an everlasting salvation. 25. You shall not be ashamed nor humiliated for ever and ever. pp. 26. 18. For thus says Yahweh, creator of the heavens, he is the God and he formed the earth and made it, and he 27. Prepared it, he did not create it void, he formed it to be inhabited, I am Yahweh, and there is no one else. 19. I did not speak in secret. 28. In a dark place of the earth, I did not say to the seed of Jacob in vain, seek me, I Yahweh speak. 29. Righteousness, telling things that are straight. 20. Assemble yourselves and come, draw near, plus together, and with him who is escaped from the Gentiles, neither 30. Do the ones setting up the wood of their idols know, that they pray to a God that cannot save? 21. Let them tell, and bring them near. Column XXXX Isaiah 45 verse 21 to 47 11 1. Continue chapter 45 21. Yes, let them take counsel together. Who has announced this from antiquity? Who has told it from then? Is it not Yahweh? And there is no other too. God beside me, a righteous God and a Saviour, there is none beside me. 22. Turn to me, and be saved, all the ends of the earth, because 3. I am God, and there is no other. 23. By myself I have sworn, the word of righteousness is gone out of my mouth, and shall not return, plus empty, that to me shall bow. 4. Every knee and every tongue shall swear. 24. Even by Yahweh he shall say to me, righteousness and strength, and to him shall they come, and they shall be ashamed. 5. All who are infuriated against him. 25. In Yahweh all the seed of Israel shall be justified, and shall glorify. Chapter 46 1. Baal bows down, Nebo stoops. 6. Their idols on beasts, and on the cattle, your load was a heavy burden, Q plus according to their report. 2. They stoop, they bow down. 7. Together, they were not able to deliver the burden, but their souls are gone into captivity. pp. 8. 3. Hear me, house of Jacob, and all the remnant of the house of Israel, who are born by me from the womb, who are carried by me. 9. In mercies. 4. Until your old age I am he, and until to grey hairs I will carry you, I have made, and I will bear, and I 10. Will carry, and will save you. 5. To whom will you liken me, and make me agree, and compare me, that I may be likened? 11:6. They pour out gold out of the bag, and weigh silver in the balance, and hire a goldsmith, and he makes it a god. They fall down, yes, they worship it. 12:7. They bear it upon their shoulder, they carry it, and set it under it, and it stands, it shall not move from its place, yes, one shall cry 13. To it, and it will not answer, and out of his trouble will not save him. Q plus weakness. 8. Remember this, and be manly, O transgressors. Take it. 14. To heart. 9. Remember the first things of ancient time, for I am God, and there is no one else, I am God, and there is no one like me. 10. Telling. 15. The end from the beginning, and from antiquity the things that are not done, saying, My counsel shall stand, and I will do all my pleasure. 16. 11. Calling a bird of prey from the east, the man of my counsel from afar. Yes, I have spoken it, I will also bring it to pass, I have formed it. 17. Yes, I will do it. pp. 18. 12. Listen to me, you bull-headed, who are far from righteousness. 13. I bring near my righteousness, it shall not be far off, and my salvation. 19. Shall not lag behind, and I will place salvation in Zion for Israel my glory. pp. 20. Chapter 47:1. Come down, and sit upon the dust, O virgin daughter of Babylon, sit on the earth, there is no throne, O daughter of the Chaldeans. 4:21. You shall no longer be called soft and dainty. 2. Take the millstones, and grind meal, roll back the veils, make bare. 22. The skirt, uncover the thigh, pass over the rivers. 3. Your nakedness shall be uncovered, your reproach also shall be seen, I will take vengeance, and neither. 23. Will I meet you as a man? 4. Our Redeemer, YHWH of hosts is his name, the Holy One of Israel. 5. Sit mute, and go, and Vav. And 24. Into darkness, O daughter of the Chaldeans, for you shall no more be called, the mistress of kingdoms. 6. I was angry with my people. 25. And I have polluted my inheritance, and gave them into your hand, you showed them no mercy, on the elderly you heavily laid your yoke. See 9:2 for the importance of this word. 26. Greatly. 7. And you said, I shall be a heroine forever, you did not take these things to your heart, neither did you remember. 27. The latter end of it. 8. And now hear this, O voluptuous, who dwells securely, who says in your heart, I am, and there is no one. 28. Else, I shall not sit as a widow, neither shall I see, no, bereavement, and Vav. And 9. But these two things shall come to you in a moment, in one day. 29. Bereavement and widowhood, in their completeness they shall come upon you for the multitude of your witchcraft, and for the great abundance of your enchantments. 10. For you have trusted. 30. In your wickedness, you have said, no one sees me. Your wisdom and your knowledge has turned you around, and you have said in your heart, I am. 31. And there is no one else beside me. 11. And evil shall come upon you, you shall not know from her origin, and disaster shall fall upon you, you shall not be able to cover it. XL Isaiah 47 verse 11 to 49:4:1. Continue chapter 47:11, and Holocaust shall come upon you suddenly, and you shall not know. 12. Stand, and Vav, and please with your enchantments, and with the multitude of your witchcraft, in which you toiled. 2. From your youth, plus until today plus, Q omits the rest, if it be that you shall be able to profit, if it be that you may prevail. 13. Not in Q, you are wearied, in the multitude of your counsels. Let them stand please, and let them save you, the astrologers, those seeing visions in stars. 3. The predictors of monthly knowledge, from these things that shall come on you. 14. Behold, they shall be like chaff, the fire shall burn them, they shall not deliver their souls. 4. From the hand of the flame, there shall not be a coal to warm them, nor a light to sit opposite it. 15. Thus shall they be to you with whom you have labored, your merchants from your youth. 5. each man to his passing, they shall wander astray, none shall save you. pp. 6. Chapter 48:1, Hear this, O house of Jacob, who are called by the name of Israel, and of the waters of Judah you came out, who swear by the name of Seven. Yhwh and in the God of Israel you remember, not in truth, nor in righteousness. 2. Because from the holy city they are called. And upon 8. The God of Israel they lean, Yhwh of hosts is his name. 3. The beginning things from then I have told them and from my mouth they have gone out. 9. And I declared them, I did them suddenly, and they came to pass. 4. On account of that, and I knew that you are hard, and your neck is an iron sinew, plus h. 10. And your brow brass. 5. I told you, from then, before it came I declared it to you, lest you should say, my idol has done them. 11. And my graven image, and my molten image, commanded them. 6. You heard, all of this and have you not told them? I have caused you to hear new things from this time. 12. Even Nazareth, which you did not know. 7. They are created now, and not from then, and before the day you did not hear of them, lest you should say, behold. 13. I already knew them. 8. And also, you did not hear, also, you did not know, also your ear was not open from then, for I knew that. 14. You would be very treacherous and were called a transgressor from the womb. 9. For the sake of my name I will put afar off my anger, and I will restrain my praise for you, so as not to. 15. Cut you off. 10. Behold, I have refined you, but not with silver. Q equals when I showed mercy to you, M equals I have chosen you, in the furnace of affliction. 11. For my own sake, even for my own sake. 16. I will do it, and because and, how can I profane it, M, plus name. And I will not give my glory to another. pp. 17. 12. Listen to this, Jacob and Israel, my called, I am he, I am the first, even I am the last. 13. Yes. My hand also has laid the foundation of 18. The earth, and my right hand has spanned the heavens, I call to them, they stand up together. 14. All of them gather together and they hear. 19. Who is among them and has declared these things? Yhwh loved him, he will do my desires on, and Vav and Babylon, and his arm shall be on the Chaldeans. 15. I, even I. 20. Have spoken, yes, I have called him, I have brought him, and he shall make his way prosperous. 16. Draw near to me, plus erasure plus, hear this. 21. I have not spoken in secret from the beginning, from the time that it was, I was there, and now the Lord Yhwh, and his Spirit, has sent me. Read my comments on this important verse, pp. 22. 17. Thus says Yhwh your Redeemer, the Holy One of Israel, I am Yhwh your God your teacher for profit. 23. Aramaic, the one who leads you by the way that you should go in it. 18. And you did not listen to my commandments. Then would your peace be as a river, and your righteousness. 24. As the waves of the sea. 19. Your seed also would have been as the sand, and the offspring like the gravel of it, their name should not have been cut off nor destroyed. From before me. pp. 25. 20. Go out of Babylon, flee from the Chaldeans, with a voice of singing declare it, tell this, M, plus let it go out plus, to the end of the earth. 26. Say, the Lord has redeemed his servant Jacob. 21. And they did not thirst in the deserts when he led them, he caused the waters, Q equals to gush out, M, to flow out, from the rock for them. 27. He split the rock, and the waters gushed out. 22. There is no peace, says Yhwh, for the wicked. pp. 28. Chapter 49:1, Hear me, O islands, and listen peoples, from afar, Yhwh called me from the womb, from my mother's belly. 29. He caused my name to be remembered. 2. And he has put my mouth, and a sharp sword, in the shadow of his hand he hid me, and made me, plus a lamed cough overright plus, as a polished arrow, partial erased, Bash, 30. In his quiver he hid me, 3. And he said to me, You are my servant Israel, in whom I will be glorified. pp. 31. 4. Then I said, For emptiness I have toiled, my strength for a void and a vapor I have spent. Surely my judgment is with YHWH and my work XLI Isaiah 49 verse 4 to 50:11. Continue chapter 49:4, with my God. 5. And now, says YHWH, who formed you from the womb to serve him, to return Jacob to him, 2. And to gather Israel to him, and I shall be glorious in the eyes of YHWH, and my God shall be my strength. 6. And he said, Is it a light thing from your being to me? 3. A servant to, and Vav, and raise up the tribes of Israel, Jacob, and to restore the Nazarenes of Jacob, Israel, I will also give you for a light to the Gentiles, to be for my salvation, Yeshua, to the end of the earth. pp. 5. 7. Thus says the Lord YHWH, your Redeemer of Israel, and his Holy One, to those despising his soul, to him who the nation counts an abomination, to a servant of rulers. 6. Kings shall see and arise, princes shall worship, for the sake of YHWH who is faithful, the Holy One of Israel, shall choose you. pp. 7. 8. Thus says YHWH, In an excellent time have I heard you, and in a day of salvation, Yeshua, I helped you, and I will, preserve, make Nazarene, you, and I will give you for a covenant of 8. The people, to raise up the earth, to cause them to inherit heritages of desolation, 9, saying to the prisoners, Go out, to those who are in darkness, reveal yourselves. 9, upon, plus all plus, the mountains, roadways, they shall feed, and in all the high places of their pastures. 10, they shall not hunger nor thirst, neither shall it strike them the heat. 10. Nor the sun, for he has mercy on them shall lead them, and unto the springs of water he guides them. 11, and I will set all my mountains as a roadway, plus UMES a redundancy. 11. And my highways shall be exalted. 12, behold, these shall come from far, and behold, these from the north and west, and these from the land. 12. Of China, Sinim. 13. Sing, O heavens, and rejoice, O earth, and break out into singing, O mountains, because YHWH has comforted his people. 13. And on the afflicted he will have mercy. pp. 14. 14. But Zion said, YHWH has forsaken me, and my Lord, and my God, and has forgotten me. 15. Can a woman forget her sucking child, from having mercy on the son of her womb? 15. Also they can forget, but I will not forget. 16. Behold, I have inscribed you upon the hands, your walls. 16. Are before me continually. 17. Your sons shall hurry, your destroyers and your desolators shall go out from you. 18. Lift up, misspelled, your eyes round about. 17. And see all of them are gathered together, and come to you. As I live, says YHWH, all of them as an ornament you shall wear. 18. And bind them on as like a bride. 19. Because your waste and your desolate places, and your destroyed earth, even now shall be too narrow. 19. For the inhabitants, and they will be far off the ones who swallowed you. 20. Yet they shall say in your ears, even the children of your bereavement, the place is too narrow for me. Bring 20. To me a place where I may dwell. 21. Then shall you say in your heart, who has borne me these, seeing I am bereaved and I am barren, a captive. 21. Turned aside, and who raised these? Behold, I was left a remnant by myself. These, where were they? pp. 22. 22. Because YHWH, plus Lord God plus commands plus, saying, Behold, I will lift up my hand to the Gentiles, and to the nations I will raise up my ensign, and they shall bring. 23. Your sons in their bosom, and your daughters shall be carried upon their shoulders. 23. And there shall be kings as your guardians, and their queens your nurses. 24. They shall worship you with their faces to the earth, and lick the dust of your feet, and you shall know that I am Yhwh, for they shall not be ashamed. 25. Asterisk, who wait for me. 24. Shall that which is taken be taken from the mighty, or the terrorists captive be delivered? 25. Because thus says Yhwh. 26. Also that taken by the mighty shall be taken, and the captives of the terrorist shall be delivered, for I will strive with him who strives, and Yod, and with you. And 27. I will save your sons. 26. And I will feed those oppressing you with their flesh, and as in fresh grape juice they shall be drunk with their blood, and they shall know. 28. Even all flesh that I Yhwh am your Savior and your Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob. pp. Chapter 50:1, thus says Yhwh, where is the book of your mother's divorce covenant, whom I have sent away? Or who is it from my creditors whom column XLI Isaiah 50 verse 1 to 51:13:1. Continue chapter 50:1, I have sold you to him. Behold, for your iniquities you have been sold, and for your transgressions is your mother sent, and Vav and away. 2. Wherefore, 2. When I came, was there no man? When I called, there was no one to answer. Is my hand extremely shortened from ransom, or is there no strength in me? 3. To deliver. Behold, at my rebuke I dry up the sea, I set rivers as a wilderness, their fish smell bad, from lack of water. 4. And they die of thirst. 3. I dress the heavens with darkness, and I make sackcloth as their covering. pp. 5. 4. The Lord Yhwh gave me the tongue of the learned, to know to help the weary with words, he wakens me morning by morning, he wakens 6. My ear to hear as the learned. 5. The Lord, plus God plus, Yhwh, has opened my ear, and I did not rebel backward neither. 7. Did I turn away? 6. I gave my back to the strikers, and my cheeks to those, plus beating with iron plus, my face, plucking hair, I did not hide from disgraces and spitting. 7. For the Lord. 8. Yhwh will help me, therefore I am not humiliated, therefore have I set my face like flints, and I know I shall not be ashamed. 8. He is near. 9. The one justifying me, who will strive with me? Let us stand together, who is the Lord of my judgment, let him draw near to me. 9. Behold, the Lord Yhwh. 10. Will help me, who is he who shall do evil to me? Behold, all of them shall wear out as a garment, a moth shall eat them. 10. Who is among you who fears Yhwh? 11. Who hears the voice of his servant, who walks in darkness, and has no brightness to him? He trusts in the name of Yhwh, and leans upon his God. 12. 11. Behold, all you kindlers of fire, surrounders with sparks, walk in the light of your fire, and in the sparks that you have lit. From my hand this is. 13. That which is for you, to sorrow you shall lie down. pp. 14. Chapter 51:1, Listen to me, pursuers of righteousness, seekers of Yhwh, look to the rock from which you are hewn, and to the hole of the pit from which you were dug. 15. 2. Look to Abraham your father, and to Sarah who bore you, for I called him singly, and, plus made him fruitful. I blessed him, and multiplied him. 16. 3. For Yhwh shall comfort Zion, he will comfort all her waste places, and he will set her wilderness like Eden, and her desert like the garden of Yhwh. Joy. 17. And gladness shall be found in her, thanksgiving, and the sound of music. Plus and sorrow and mourning shall flee. Plus. pp. 18. 4. Draw near to me, my people, and to me, my nation give ear, for a Torah shall go out from me, and I will stir up my judgment for a light of the people. 19. 5. My righteousness is near, my salvation is gone out, and my arms shall judge the nations, the islands shall wait for me, and on my arm they shall hope. 6. Lift up to the heavens, 20. Your eyes and look upon the earth beneath, plus and see who created this plus. These following words in the M text do not appear in Q, for the heavens shall vanish away like smoke, and the earth shall wax old like a garment. pp. 21. And her inhabitants like this shall die, and my salvation shall be forever, and my righteousness shall not be cast down. pp. 22. 7. Hear me, you knowers of righteousness, people in whose heart is my Torah, fear not the reproach of men, and from their revilings, and do not be downcast. 8. Because like a garment. 23. A moth shall eat them, and the worm shall eat them like wool, and my righteousness shall be forever, and my salvation from generation to generations. pp. 24. 9. Awake, awake, put on strength, O arm of Yhwh, awake, as in the days of antiquity, in the generations of the ages. Are you not the one who chopped up 25? The monster Rahab, and wounded the sea monster? 10. Are you not he who dried the sea, the waters of the great abyss, the one who put, plus and plus, the depths of the sea 26 away for the, plus dispersed plus, redeemed, to pass over? Plus a word erased plus, 11. Therefore the ransomed of Yhwh shall return, and come with singing to Zion, in everlasting joy shall be upon their heads. 27. They shall obtain gladness and joy, and sorrow and sighing shall flee. pp. 28. 12. I, even I, am he who comforts you, and scratch out and, who are you, that you should be afraid of a man who shall die, and of the Son of Man who shall be given as grass. 13. And you forget. 29. Plus eth plus, Yhwh your Maker, who has stretched out the heavens, and he founded the earth, and you fear continually every day from the face of the fury of the oppressor. Column XLII Isaiah 51 verse 13 to 52 12:1. Continue chapter 51:13, as if he is preparing to destroy, and where is the fury of the oppressor? pp. 2. 14. The plus sorrowing one plus, captive, is anxious to be loosed, so as not to die in the pit, nor that his bread should fail. pp. 3. 15. I am Yhwh your God, who divided the sea, whose waves roared. Yhwh of hosts is his name. 16. And I have put my words in your mouth, and I covered you in the shadow of my hand, so I may plant the heavens, and found the earth, and say to Zion, my people. 5. You are. pp. 6. 17. Awake, awake, stand up, Jerusalem, who has drunk from the hand of Yhwh the cup of his fury. 7. The dregs of the cup of trembling you drank, and wrung them out. 18. There is no guide for you from all the sons she bore. 8. Nor is there any who takes her by the hand of all the sons whom she has brought up. 19. These two things are called to you who will be sorry for you. 9. Desolation, and destruction, and famine, and the sword, who shall comfort you? 20. Your sons have fainted, they lie at the head of all 10. The outskirts, as a wild bull in a net, and full of the fury of Yhwh, the rebuke of your God. 21. Therefore hear. Please. 11. This, O afflicted, drunk, but not with wine. 22. Thus says your Lord Yhwh, your God who strives for his people. 12. Behold, Yod, I have taken out of your hand the cup of trembling, even the dregs of the cup of my fury, ye shall not any more. 13. Drink of it again. 23. But I put it into the hand of those afflicting you, plus and those making you bow down plus, who said to your soul, bow down. 14. And we will walk over you, and you put as the ground your back, and as the street to those padding over. Chapter 52:1, Awake, awake, dress in. 15. Your strength, and O Zion, and dress in your beautiful garments, O Jerusalem, the holy city, for no more he will come. 16. Into you the uncircumcised and the unclean. 2. Shake yourself from the dust, Arise, and sit down, O Jerusalem, loose yourself from the bands of 17. Your neck, O captive daughter of Zion. 3. For thus says Yahweh, you have sold yourselves for nothing, and not 18. With silver will you be redeemed. 4. For thus says, plus the Lord, Yahweh, my people went down in the beginning into Egypt to sojourn 19. There, and the Assyrian oppressed without cause. 5. And now, what is there to me here, says Yahweh, that my people are taken 20. Freely they rule over them and they howl says, ? M equals Yahweh, and my name is blasphemed continually every day. Therefore my people shall know 21. My name in that day that I am he who speaks, behold, it is I, pp. * 22. 7. How beautiful upon the mountains are the feet of him who brings good tidings of peace, who publishes good, who publishes 23. Salvation, the one saying to Zion, your God reigns. 8. The sound, your watchmen shall lift up the voice, together they shall sing, 24. For they shall see eye to eye, when Yahweh shall restore Zion, plus in mercies plus. 9. Break out, sing together, 25. Waste places of Jerusalem, because Yahweh has comforted his people, he has redeemed Jerusalem. 10. Yahweh has made bare 26. His holy arm in the eyes of all the Gentiles, and all the ends of the earth shall see the salvation of 27. Our God. 11. Turn away, go out from there, touch no unclean thing, go out of the midst of her. 28. Be clean, you who bear the vessels of Yahweh. 12. For you shall not go out hurriedly, nor go by flight. 29. For Yahweh will go before you, and your gatherer is the God of Israel. Plus the God of 30, all the earth he shall be called. Plus, column XLIV Isaiah 52 verse 13 to 54:4:1. Chapter 52:13. Behold, my servant shall deal prudently, he shall be exalted and lifted up, and be very high. 14, as those who were astonished too. At him are many, because his visage was marred more than any man, and his form more than the sons of men. 3:15. So shall he startle many nations, the kings shall shut their mouths at him, for that which was not told to them shall they see, and that which they had not heard shall they consider. pp. * 5. Chapter 53:1, who has believed our report and the arm of Yahweh to whom has it been revealed. 2, and he shall come up like a suckling before us. 6. And as a root from dry ground there is no form to him and no beauty to him and in his being seen and there is no appearance. 7. That we should desire him. 3. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and knowing grief. 8. And as though hiding faces from him he was despised and we did not esteem him. 4. Surely our griefs he 9. Is bearing and our sorrows he carried them and we esteemed him beaten and struck by God. There is a scribal thumb print over lines 10 to 12. 10. And afflicted. 5. And he is wounded for our transgressions, and crushed for our iniquities. The correction. 11. Of our peace was upon him and by his wounds he has healed us. 6. All of us like sheep have wandered each man to his own way. 12. We have turned and Yahweh has caused to light on him the iniquity of all of us. 7. He was oppressed and he was afflicted and he did not. 13. Open his mouth, as a lamb to the slaughter he is brought and as a ewe before her shearers is made dumb he did not open. 14. His mouth. 8. From prison and from judgment he was taken and his generation who shall discuss it because he was cut off from the land of. 15. The living. Because from the transgressions of his people a wound was to him. pp. 16. 9. And they gave wicked ones to be his grave and, a scribbled word probably accusative sign, rich ones in his death. 17. Although he worked no violence neither deceit in his mouth. 10. And Yahweh was pleased to crush him and he has caused him grief. pp. 18. If you will appoint his soul a sin offering, he will see his seed, and he will lengthen his days, and the pleasure of Yhwh, and Yod, and 19. In his hand will advance. 11. Of the toil of his soul he shall see, plus light plus, and he shall be satisfied, and by his knowledge shall he make righteous. 20. Even my righteous servant, for many and their iniquities he will bear. 12. Therefore I will apportion to him among the great ones. 21. And with the mighty ones he shall divide the spoil, because he laid bare to death his soul, and with the transgressors. 22. He was numbered, and the sins of many, he bore, and for their transgressions he entreated. pp. 23. Chapter 54:1, Sing, O barren, and you who did not bear, break out into singing, and cry aloud, you who did not travail for more. 24. Are the sons of the desolate than the sons of the married wife, says Yhwh. 2. Enlarge the place of your tent. 25. And the curtains of your habitations let them stretch out, spare not, lengthen your cords, and your stakes. 26. Strengthen. 3. For on the right hand and on the left you shall break out, and your seed shall inherit the Gentiles, and the cities. 27. Made desolate cities shall be inhabited. For, fear not, for you shall not be ashamed, and vav, and do not be confounded, for you shall not. 28. Be, and yod, and embarrassed, for you shall forget the shame of your youth, and the reproach of your widowhood you shall not remember. XLV Isaiah 54 verse 4 to 55:8-1. Continue chapter 54:4, any more. 5. For your husband is your maker, Yhwh of hosts is his name, and your Redeemer the Holy One of 2. Israel, he shall be called the God of the whole earth. 6. Because as a woman forsaken and grieved. 3. In spirit, Yhwh has called you, and a wife of youth, because you were refused, says, plus Yhwh plus, your God. 4, 7. For a small moment have I forsaken you, but with great mercies will I gather you. 8. In overflowing wrath. 5. I hid my face from you for a moment, but with everlasting kindness will I have mercy on you, says your Redeemer. 6. Yhwh, 9. This is as the waters of Noah to me, which I have sworn that the waters of Noah go over no more. 7. The earth, so have I sworn that I would not be wrathful with you any more, nor rebuke you. 10. For the mountains. 8. Shall depart, and the hills, and be shaken, but my kindness shall not depart from you, neither shall the covenant of 9. My peace be removed, says he who has mercy on you. Yhwh. pp. 10. 11. O afflicted, tossed with a whirlwind, and not comforted, behold, I will lay your stones with colors, and your foundations, 11. With sapphires. 12. And I will set your window lights of agates, $vav, and your gates of gem, and vav, and stones, and all 12. Your borders of desirable stones. 13. And all your sons shall be taught of Yhwh, and great shall be the peace of your sons, and vav, and 13, 14. In righteousness shall you be established, you shall be far from oppression, for you shall not fear, and from terror, for 14. It shall not come near you. 15. Behold, they shall surely be gathered, with no help from me, whosoever shall gather together against you. 15. Shall fall. 16. Behold, I have created, and Aleph, and the craftsman who blows the coals in the fire, and who brings out, and vav, and an implement, 16. For his work, and I have created the waster to destroy. 17. No weapon that is formed against you. 17. Shall succeed. pp. Q omits the following, plus and every tongue that shall rise against you in judgment you shall condemn. 18. This is the heritage of the servants of Yhwh, and their righteousness is from me, says Yhwh. Chapter 55:1, Ho, 19. Every one thirsting, come you to the water, and he who has no money, come, buy, without silver. 20. Plus and eat, plus, and without price wine and milk. 2. why do you spend money and it is not bread in your labor? 21. For that which does not satisfy. Listen diligently to me, and eat the good, and let your soul be pampered in fatness. 22:3. Extend your ear, and come to me, hear, and your soul shall live, and I will make with you. 23. An everlasting covenant, the faithful mercies of David. 4. Behold, I have given him for a witness to the people, 24. A leader and commander to the people. 5. Behold, a nation that you do not know you shall call, and a nation that you have not known. 25. Shall run to you because of Yahweh your God, and of the Holy One of Israel, for he has glorified you. pp. 26. 6. Seek Yahweh while he may be found, call upon him while he is near. 7. Let the wicked abandon his way. 27. And the evil man his thoughts, and let him return to Yahweh, and he will have mercy on him, and to our God. 28. For he will excuse greatly. 8. For my thoughts are not your thoughts, nor are your ways. XLVI Isaiah 55 verse 8 to 57:21. Continue chapter 55:8, My ways, says Yahweh. 9. For as the heavens are higher than the earth, so they are higher, my ways too, than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. 10. For as it comes down, 3. The rain and the snow from heaven, and there does not return, but drenches 4. The earth, and causes it to grow and sprout, that it may give seed to the sower, and bread to the eater. 5:11. So shall my word be that goes out of my mouth, it shall not return to me void, but it shall do 6. That which I please, and it shall succeed in that which I sent it. 12. For with joy. 7. You shall go out, you shall walk in peace, the mountains and the hills shall break out before you singing. 8. And all the trees of the field shall clap their hands. 13. Instead of the thorn shall come up the fir tree, and instead of 9. The briar shall come up the myrtle tree, and it shall be to Yahweh for a sign, name, for an everlasting name, sign, that shall not be cut off. pp. 10. Chapter 56:1, because thus says Yahweh, keep judgment, and do justice, for my salvation is near. 11. To come, and my righteousness to be revealed. 2. Blessed is the man who does this. 12. And the Son of Man who seizes it, who keeps the Sabbath from corrupting it, and keeps his hand from doing all evil. pp. 13. 3. Neither shall the son of an alien, who has joined himself to Yahweh say Yahweh has completely separated me from. 14. His people, neither let the eunuch say, Behold, I am a dry tree. 4. Because thus says Yahweh. 15. To the eunuchs who keep my Sabbaths, and choose the things that please me, and take hold of. 16. My covenant. 5. And I will give to them in my house and within my walls, Yad Vashem, a place and a name better than of sons and of daughters. 17. I will give them an everlasting name, that will not be cut off. 6. Also the sons of the alien, who join themselves to Yahweh. 18. To be his servants and to, love, keeping the Sabbath from corrupting it. 19. And seizes my covenant. 7. And I will bring them to my holy mountain, and make them joyful in my house of. 20. Prayer, their burnt offerings and their sacrifices they will offer willingly on my altar, for my house a house. 21. Of prayer shall be called for all the nations. 8. Thus says the Lord Yahweh who gathers the outcasts of Israel. Yet 22. Will I gather others to him, to those who are now gathered to him. 9. All you beasts of the field with him, eat, and all you beasts in the forest. pp. 23. 10. His watchmen are blind, all of them do not know, they are all dumb dogs, they are not able to bark. They. 24. Sleeping, lying down, loving to slumber. 11. And they are dogs of evil souls who do not know to be sated. 25. And they are shepherds who do not know to understand, they all turn to their own way, each man for his own profit, from his end. 26:12. Come you, we will take wine, and we will be sated with strong drink, and tomorrow shall be like this day, and very much, and greater and. pp. 27. Chapter 57:1, The righteous perishes, and no man takes it to heart, and merciful men are gathered away, no one understands. 28. That from the presence of evil the righteous is gathered away. 2. He shall go into peace, they shall rest on their beds. Column XLVI Isaiah 57 verse 2 to 57:6:1. Continue chapter 57:2, Walking in their uprightness. pp. 2. 3. But draw near here, you sons of the sorceress, the seed of the adulterer and the one whoring. 4. Against whom do you go softly? Against whom do you make a wide mouth, and lengthen the tongue? Are you not children, and vav and, of transgression, a seed of falsehood? 5. Heating yourselves with idols under every green tree, slaughtering the children in the streams, under the cliffs, of the rocks. 6. In those portions of the river they are your portion, plus their, 5. They are your lot, even to them you poured a drink offering, you have offered a burnt offering on an altar. Am I comforted in these? 7. Upon a mountain 6. High in and lifted up you set your bed, even there you went up to sacrifice sacrifices. 8. Behind the doors and the door posts 7. You set up your memorial, for you revealed yourself to another than me, and are gone up, you have enlarged your bed, and you made a covenant, for yourself from them with them. 8. Loving their bed by means of a vision. 9. And you went to the king with oil, and increased your perfumes, and you sent your envoys 9. Far off, and you lowered yourself as far as Sheol. 10. In the greatness of your way you are wearied, but you did not say so, having no hope in the life you found by your own hand. 10. Therefore you were not weakened. 11. And who worries you and you fear me because you have lied, and have not remembered me, nor said 11. These things to your heart. Have I not been mute for ages, and you fear me not? 12. I will tell your righteousness. 12. And your works, for your group they shall not profit you. 13. When you cry, let your group deliver you, but the wind shall carry all of them. Ends verses 12 here. 13. And they shall be taken as a vapor. 13. But he who puts his trust in me shall inherit the land, and shall possess my holy mountain. pp. 14. 14. And he shall say, cast up, plus the thing cast up plus, prepare the way, raise up the stumbling block from the way of my people. 15. Because thus 15. Says the Father of exaltation and the lifted up one who inhabits eternity, whose name is holy, he inhabits the high and holy place, with the contrite and lowly. 16. Spirit, to make alive the spirit of the lowly, and to make alive the heart of the contrite. 16. For I will not strive forever, nor will I everlastingly be angry because. 17. The spirit will faint before me, and the lives, Neshima, I made. 17. Because of the evil of his covetousness I was wrathful and I struck him and I hid myself, and was angry. 18. And he went on stubbornly in the way of his heart. 18. I have seen his ways, but will heal him, and make peace and comforts to him and to his mourners. 19. 19. I create the fruit of the lips, peace, to him who is far off, and to him who is near, says Yhwh, and I will heal him. 20. But the wicked are as the sea. 20. Driven because it is not able to be quiet, and they drive out from its waters mire and clay. 21. There is no peace, says 21. My God, to the wicked. pp. 22. Chapter 58:1, Call with your throat, do not hold back, lift up your voice like a trumpet, and tell my people their transgression, and to the house of Jacob. 23. Their sins. 2. They seek me daily, and delight to know my ways, as a nation who is doing righteousness. 24. And judgment they did not abandon their God, they ask of me my righteous judgments, they desire nearness to God. 3. Why have we fasted? 25. And you do not see we afflicted our soul, and you did not know it. Behold, in the day of your fast you find pleasure, and all your labors. 26. You press on. 4. Behold, you fast for strife and contention, and to strike with the fist of wickedness. You shall not fast as you do this day to have heard on high. 27. Your voice. 5. Is it like this the fast that I have chosen? A day for a man to afflict his soul. Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush? 28. And to spread sackcloth and dust? Will you call this a fast, and an acceptable day to Yahweh? 6. Is not this the fast which 29. I have chosen? To open the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy yokes, and to set the oppressed free, and Yod and every column XLVI Isaiah 58 verse 6 to 59:17:1. Continue chapter 58:6, yoke you will tear away. 7. Is it not to divide your bread to the hungry, and that you bring the refugee poor, and Yod and into your house? When you see the naked, 2. That you cover him, and that you do not hide yourself from your own flesh. 8. Then shall your light break out as the dawn, and your health shall spring out speedily. 3. And your righteousness shall go before you, the glory of Yahweh shall be gathered. 9. Then shall you call, and Yahweh shall answer, you shall shout, and he shall say, 4. Here I am. If you turn aside from the midst of you the yoke, the pointing of the finger, and speaking evil. 10. And if you bring out your soul to the hungry, and the soul. 5. Of the afflicted you satisfy, your light shall rise in darkness, and your gloom will be as the noontime. 11. And Yahweh shall guide you continually, and satisfy. 6. Your soul in drought, and deliver bones, and you shall be like a drenched garden, and like a spring of water, they do not lie. 7. Even those waters. And those from you shall build the waste places of the ages, the foundations of generation after generations you shall raise them up, and they shall call you the mason of the breach, the restorer of 8. Paths to dwell in. pp. * 9. 13. If you turn away your foot from the Sabbath, so as not to do your desires in my holy day, and call the Sabbath a delight, the holy, and vav and, of 10. Yahweh, a glory, and shall glorify him, by not doing your own ways, nor finding your own pleasure, nor speaking your own words. 14. Then shall you delight yourself with Yahweh. 11. And I will cause you to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed you the heritage of Jacob your father, for the mouth of Yahweh has spoken. pp. * 12. Chapter 59:1. Behold, Yahweh's hand is not shortened, from saving, nor his ear heavy, that it cannot hear. 2. However your iniquities they are 13. As separations between you and between your God, and your sins have hid his face from you, from hearing. 3. Because 14. Your hands are defiled with blood, and your fingers with iniquity. Q omits your lips have spoken lies, your tongue has uttered injustice. 4. None calls for justice. 15. No one judges in faithfulness, they trust on a void, and speak in vain, they conceive mischief, and bring out iniquity. 5. The eggs of an adder. 16. They break open, and the spider's web they weave, the one eating their eggs dies, and that which is crushed breaks out into a viper. 6. Their webs. 17. Shall not become garments, nor cover themselves with their works are works of iniquity, and the deed of violence is in their hands. 18. 7. Their feet run to evil, and they hurry to shed innocent blood, their thoughts are thoughts of evil, wasting. 19. And destruction, plus and violence plus, are in their roadways. 8. The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their track, their paths. 20. They made crooked, to them all who travel in them shall not know peace. 9. Therefore is judgment far from us, and it does not reach us. 21. Even justice we wait for light, but behold darkness, for brightness, but in gloom we walk. 10. We grope for the wall as blind, and not having. 22. Eyes we grope, we stumble at noonday as at twilight, we are desolate as dead men. 11. We roar all of us like bears. 23. And like doves mourn extremely, we wait for judgment, but there is none, for salvation, but it is far from us. 12. For our transgressions are multiplied. 24. In your presence, and our sins answer against us, because our transgressions are with us, and our iniquities, we know them. 13. They are, transgressing, and vav and lying. 25. Against Yhwh, and departing away from our God, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood. 14. And turned away. 26. Backward is judgment, and righteousness stands far off, for truth is fallen in the street, and equity is not able to enter. 27, 15. And the truth shall be left lacking, and the one turning from evil makes himself a spoil. pp. 28. And Yhwh saw it, and it was evil in his eyes because there was no judgment. 16. And he saw that there was no man, and was stunned that there was no intercessor. 29. And his own arm saved him, and his righteousness, she, sustains him. 17. And he put on righteousness as a breastplate, and a helmet of salvation upon his head. Column 49, Isaiah 59 verse 17 to 61 4:1. Continue chapter 59 17, and he put on the garments of vengeance for clothing, and was clad with zeal as a coat. 18. According to their deeds, accordingly he will repay, fury to his foes, recompense to his enemies. 2. To the islands he will repay recompense. 19. So from the west they shall fear the name of Yhwh, and from the rising of the sun his glory. Because the enemy shall come like a river. 3. And the spirit of Yhwh shall lift up a standard, and vav and against him. 20. And the Redeemer shall come to Zion, and to those who repent of transgression in Jacob, says Yhwh. 21. And I am. As for me, this is my covenant for with them, says Yhwh, my spirit that is upon you, and my words which I have put in your mouth, shall not depart out of your mouth, nor out of the mouth of your seed. 5. Nor out of the mouth of your seed, from now and forever. pp. * 6. Chapter 60:1, Rise, shine, for your light is come, the glory of Yhwh is risen upon you. 2, 4, Behold, the darkness shall cover the earth, and thick darkness the nations, but he shall arise. 7. Even Yhwh will shine on you, and his glory upon you shall be seen. 3. And the Gentiles shall come to your light, and kings to the announcement brightness of your rising. 4. Lift up your eyes round about, and see. 8. All of them are gathered, they come to you, your sons come from far, and your daughters shall be nursed at your side. 5. Then you shall see, and your heart will flow and be widened. Because 9. Because the mass of the sea shall be changed for you, the army of the Gentiles shall come to you. 6. A multitude of camels shall cover you, the dromedaries of Midian and Ephah, all of them from Sheba. 10. Shall come, gold and incense they shall bear, and they shall preach forth the praises of Yhwh. 7. All the sheep of Kedar shall be gathered to you, the rams of Nebaioth shall serve you, they shall come up. 11. Willingly to my altar, and the house of my splendor I will glorify. 8. Who are these who fly as a cloud, and as the doves to their chimney? 9. Because for me. 12. The islands will wait, and the ships of Carthage first, to bring my sons from far, their silver and their gold with them, to the name of Yhwh your God. 13. And to the Holy One of Israel, because he glorified you. 10. And the sons of the alien shall build your walls, and their kings shall minister to you, because in my wrath I caused you to be stricken. 14. But in my will, I had mercy on you. 11. And your gates shall be open continually, day nor night they shall not be shut, to bring to you armies of the Gentiles, and their kings 15. Will be led to you. 12. For the nation and kingdom that will not serve you shall perish, and those nations, and Vav and, will be completely ruined. 13. The glory of Lebanon, plus will be given to you plus, 16. And to you will come the fir, the pine, and the box tree together, to beautify the place of my sanctuary, and the place of my feet I will glorify. 14. And they will come 17. To you bowing down even, plus all plus, the sons, scratch out word, of those who afflicted you shall worship you the soles of your feet, all those who despised you and they shall call you, the city of Yhwh, 18. The Zion of the Holy One of Israel. 15. Instead of your being abandoned and hated, and Vav and none passed over, I will set you in eternal exaltation, a joy from generation to generation. 19, 16. You shall also nurse the milk of the Gentiles, and shall nurse the breast of kings, and you shall know that I am Yhwh your Saviour and your Redeemer, the Mighty One of Jacob. 20, 17. Instead of brass I bring gold, and instead of iron I bring silver, and instead of and wood brass, and instead of stones iron. 21. And I will make your officers peace, and your oppressors righteousness. 18. No more violence be heard in your land, wasting nor destruction within your borders, but you shall call 22. Your walls salvation, and your gates praise. 19. The sun shall no longer be your light by day, and for brightness, plus in the night plus, the moon 23. Will not give light for you, Yhwh shall be an everlasting light, and your God your glory. 20. Your sun shall not depart nor your moon be gathered away 24. Because Yhwh shall be an everlasting light for you, and the days of your mourning will be completed. 21. And your people shall all of them be righteous, they shall inherit the land forever, the Nazar 25. Of the planting of, plus Yhwh plus, the work of my hands, for glory. 22. A little one shall become 1,000, and a young one a mighty nation, I am Yhwh in its time 26. I will hurry it. Chapter 61:1, The Spirit of the Lord God is upon me, because Yhwh has anointed me to preach good tidings to the weak, and he has sent me and, to bind up the brokenhearted, to call to the captives 27. Liberty, and to the imprisoned the opening of prison. 2. To announce the favorable year of Yhwh, and the day of vengeance for our God, to comfort all who mourn. 3. To appoint 28. To the mourners in Zion, to give to them beauty instead of dust, the oil of joy instead of mourning, the garment of praise instead of the spirit of heaviness, and they shall call 29. To them oaks of righteousness, the planting of Yhwh, for glory. 4. And they shall build the ancient ruins, the desolations of the beginning shall they raise, and they shall renew column L Isaiah 61 verse 4 to 63:4:1. Continue chapter 61-4, the ruined cities, the desolations of generation to generation. Plus they shall raise them up plus, 5. And strangers shall stand and feed your flocks, and the sons of the alien too shall be your farmers and your vinedressers. 6. And you shall be named the priests of Yhwh, and the ministers of our God they shall say of you. 3. You shall eat the wealth of the Gentiles, and in their glory shall you boast yourselves. 7. Instead of your shame a double portion, and instead of disgrace they shall sing. 4. Of their portions therefore in their land they shall possess the double portion, everlasting joy shall be to you. 8. Because I am Yhwh. 5. Who loves judgment, I hate robbery for burnt offering, and I will give their work in truth, and an everlasting covenant I will engrave for you. 6, 9. And their seed shall be known among the Gentiles, and their offspring among the nations, all who see them shall respect them. 7. Because they are the seed which Yhwh blesses. pp. * 8. 10. I will greatly rejoice in Yhwh, my soul shall be joyful in my God, because he clothed me with the garments of salvation, with the robe of righteousness. 9. He wrapped me, as a bridegroom beautifies himself like a priest, and as a bride puts on her jewels. 11. Because as the earth puts out her branch, and as the garden 10. Causes her seeds to spring up, so the Yhwh God will cause righteousness and praise to spring up in the presence of all the Gentiles. Chapter 62, 1, For the sake of 11. Zion I will not be silent, and for Jerusalem's sake I will not be quiet, until her righteousness goes out as brightness, and her salvation 12. As a burning torch. 2. And the Gentiles shall see your righteousness, and all kings your glory, and they shall call you by a new name, which 13. The mouth of Yhwh shall name. 3. You shall also be a beautiful crown in the hand of Yhwh, and a royal diadem in the hand of your God. 14, 4. You shall no more be termed abandoned, neither shall your land any more be termed desolate, because you shall be called Hephzibah. 15. My desire is in her and your land Beulah, married because Yhwh desires you, and your land shall be married. 5. Because as a chosen youth marries 16. A virgin, your sons will marry you, and as the bridegroom rejoices over the bride, your God will rejoice over you. 6. Upon your walls 17. O Jerusalem I appointed watchers, all night and all day, continually they will not be silent. You who remember 18. Yhwh, do not have silence in you, 7. And give him no rest, until he establishes, and until he places 19. Jerusalem and Yod and a praise in the earth. 8. Yhwh has sworn by his right hand, and by the arm of his strength, that I will not again give your corn to be food. 20. For your enemies, nor will sons of an alien drink your new wine, for which you have labored. 9. Because the one gathering it 21. Shall eat it, and praise, plus the name of Yhwh, and the ones gathering shall drink it in the courts of my holiness, says 22. Your God pp. 23. 10. Passover the gates, prepare the way of the people, cast up the highway, take out the stones, lift up a standard for, a different reading, Q equals, the stroke, which, they speak 24. Against the people Q, 11. Behold, Yhwh has announced to the end of the earth, say to the daughter of Zion, behold, your salvation comes, 25. Behold, his reward is with him, and his work before him. 12. And they shall call them, the holy people, the redeemed of Yhwh, and to you 26. Shall be called, sought after, a city not abandoned. pp. 27. Chapter 63:1, Who is this who comes from Edom, with red-dyed garments from Bozrah? This one who is glorious in his apparel, traveling in his great strength. 28. It is I, who speaks in righteousness, mighty to save. 2. Why are your clothes red, and your clothing like him who treads in a, troop winepress? 29, 3. I trod the winepress alone, next section in M omitted in Q, and there was none with me of the peoples, for I will tread on them in my anger, and trample them in my fury, and their blood shall be sprinkled upon my garments, and I will stain all my clothing. 4. Because the day of vengeance is in my heart, column LI Isaiah 63 verse 4 to 65:4:1. Continue chapter 63:4, and the year of my redeemed is come. 5. And I looked, and there was none to help, and I was astonished that there was none to uphold, therefore my own arm brought salvation to me, and my fury, too, it supported me. 6. And I will tread down the people in my anger, and make them drunk in my fury, and I will bring down their strength to the earth. pp. 3. 7. The kindnesses of Yhwh I will remember, and the praises of Yhwh, according to all that Yhwh has recompensed and the great good to the house of Israel, for which he recompensed on them according to his mercies, and according to the multitude of his kindnesses. 8. For he said, and Resh and surely they are my people, children who will not lie, so he was to them. 5. For a Savior. 9. In all their sorrow he had sorrow, and the angel of his presence saved them, in his love and in his pity he 5. Redeemed them, and he bare them, and carried them from ancient days, 10, and they 6. Rebelled, and grieved his Holy Spirit, therefore he was changed 7. From them to be their enemy, and he fought against them. 11. And he remembered the ancient days, Moses, his people, where is he who brought them up from the sea with the shepherd of 8? His flock, and Vav and. Where is the one putting within him the spirit of his holiness? 12. And who led them by the right hand of Moses his glorious arm dividing the water 9. Before them, to make an everlasting name. 13. Leading them through the abyss, as a horse in the wilderness, and Daleth and, that they should not stumble. 14. As animals in the valley 10. Go down, the spirit of Yhwh caused us to rest, so did you lead your people, to make yourself a glorious name. 15. Look down from heaven, 11. And see from the exaltation of your holiness and glory, where is your zeal and your strength, the roar of your inward parts and your mercies to me. 12. Are they restrained? 16. Because you are our Father, though Abraham does not know us, and Israel does not recognize us, you, are he 13. O Yhwh, our Father, our Redeemer, your name is from eternity. 17. Why Yhwh have you made us to wander from your ways, and hardened our heart from your fear? 14. Restore for your servant's sake, the tribes of your inheritance. 18. The people of your holiness have possessed it but a little while, our adversaries have trodden down your sanctuary. 19. We are yours. 15. From antiquity you never bore rule over them, they were not called by your name. In English chapter 64:1. Oh that you would rend the heavens, that you would come down, at your presence 16. The mountains might shake. The rest of this line is much different from M2. As when a brush fire blazes and the fire causes the waters to boil, to burn a fire necessary to make your name known to your adversaries, so that at your presence 17. The nations might tremble, 3. When you did terrible things we waited you came down, the mountains flowed down at your presence. 4. From eternity men have not heard, 18. Nor envisioned, nor has seen, O God except you, what you have made for him who waits for him. 5. You meet with the one rejoicing and working 19. Righteousness, in your ways they remember you behold you are angry we have sinned against them from ancient time and we are saved, 6, and we are as an unclean thing, 20. All of us, and as a menstrual cloth is all our righteousness and all of us fade as a leaf, and our iniquities, like the wind, have taken us away. 7, and no one calls 21. On your name, or awakens to take hold of you, because you hide your face from us, and you are depleting us at the hand of our iniquities. 8, and you 22. Yhwh, you are our Father, we are the clay, and you are potter, and we all are the work of your hand. 9, do not be angry, O Yhwh, 23. For ages do not remember iniquity behold, look, please we are all your people. 10, your holy cities are a wilderness, 24. Zion is like a wilderness, Jerusalem is a desolation. 11, our holy, and Vav and beautiful house, where our fathers praised you, 25. They are burned with fire, and all our pleasant things are laid waste. 12, will you hold yourself back for these things, O Yhwh, will you keep silence and humble us 26. Forever. 27. Chapter 65:1, I am sought of those who asked not for me, I am found of those who did not seek me, I said, behold me, to a nation who was not called by my name. 28:2. I have spread out my hands all the day to a rebellious people, who walk in a way that is not good, after their own thoughts, 3, the people 29. Aramaic, plus and they pour out an offering, with their hands upon the stones plus, that cause me to be angry continually to my face they sacrifice in gardens, and burn incense on bricks, 4. Who are dwelling column AI Isaiah 65 verse 4 to 65:18. 1. Continue chapter 65:4, among the graves, and lodge among Nazarenes, who eat swine's flesh, and broth too, of abominable things is, their vessels, 5. Saying, stay by yourself, don't touch, come near, me, 3. Because, I am holier than you. These are a smoke in my nose, a fire that is kindled all day. 6. Behold, 4. It is written before me, I will not keep silent, except that I will recompense, even recompense into your bosom, 5, your iniquities with the iniquities of your father together. 7, says Yhwh, who have burned incense 6. Upon the mountains, and reproached me on the hills, and I will measure their first 7. Work into their bosom. pp. 8. 8. Thus says Yhwh, as the new wine is found in the cluster, and they say, 1 says, 9. Do not destroy it, because a blessing is in it, thus I will do for the sake of my servants so as not to 10. Destroy them all. 9, and I will bring out from Jacob a seed, and out of Judah an inheritor of my mountains, 11. And my chosen shall inherit it, and my servants shall inhabit there. 10, and Sharon shall be 12. An abode of flocks, and the valley of Acre, +4+, a resting place for the cattle, for my people who have sought me. pp. 13. 11. But you are those abandoning Yhwh, those who forget my holy mountain, 14. Who prepare a table for a demon, and who fill up mixed wine for many. 12, and I will assign 15. You to the sword, and all of you to slaughter will bow down, because I called, 16. And you did not answer, I spoke, you did not listen, and you did evil 17. In my eyes, and in that which I do not hand desire and, you chose them. pp. 18. 13, therefore thus says, and the Lord and Yhwh, behold, my servants shall eat, and you shall be hungry, 19. Behold, my servants shall drink, and you shall be thirsty, behold, my servants shall rejoice, 20. And you shall be ashamed, 14. Behold, my servants shall sing, from, in a good heart, and you 21. Shall cry for sorrow of heart, and from a broken spirit you shall howl. 15, and you shall leave 22. Your name for a oath to my chosen, for he shall cause you to die the Lord Yhwh 23. Continually, omission not in the Q text, and call his servants by another name. There is a large gap in line 23 indicating the scribe understood there was text missing for the missing text, see comments. 16, and it shall be that he who is sworn, blesses, 24. Not in Q in the earth shall bless himself in the God of truth by his God, and the one swearing by the earth shall swear by the God of truth, because 25, the former troubles are forgotten, and because they are hid from my eyes. pp. 26. 17. Because behold, I create new heavens and a new earth, and neither 27. Will the first be remembered, nor come up in your heart. 18, except there will be gladness 28. And rejoicing for ever and ever in that which I create, pp. 29. For, behold, I create Jerusalem a rejoicing, and her people a joy. Column LII Isaiah 65 verse 19 to 66:14-1. Chapter 65:19, and I will rejoice in Jerusalem, and joy in my people, and shall be no more heard in her the voice of weeping, the voice of crying. 2:20. There shall be no more there a suckling of days who dies, nor an old man who has not filled his days, because 3, the youth shall die 100 years old, but the sinner being only 100 years old will have been cursed. 21, and they shall build houses, and inhabit 4. And they shall plant vineyards, and eat the fruit from them. 22, they shall not build, and another inhabit, they shall not plant, and another 5. Eat, because as are the days of a tree so will be the days of my people, and my chosen will enjoy the full use of the work of their hands. 23, they shall not labor 6. In vain, nor bring forth children for trouble, because the seed of the blessed of Yhwh they are, and their offspring with them. 7:24. And it shall be, that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, and I will hear. 25. The wolf ate. And the lamb shall feed as one, and the lion like the ox shall eat straw, and dust shall be the serpent's bread. They shall not do evil. 9. Nor destroy in all my holy, and Vav and mountain, says Yhwh. pp. 10. Chapter 66:1, thus says Yhwh, the heaven is my throne, and the earth is the stool for my feet, where is the house that you build to me? 11. And where is the place of my rest? 2. And all those things has my hand made, and all those things shall be, says Yhwh, and to 12. This will I look, to the poor and to the contrite of spirit, and the one trembling at my word. 3. He who kills the ox is, if he struck a man. 13. He who sacrifices a lamb, as one breaking a dog's neck, one offering a gift as if he offered swine's blood, one burning incense, as if he blessed evil. Also 14. They choose their own ways, and in their abominations their soul desires. 4. I also will choose 15. Their whims, and, their terrors I will bring on them, because I called, and no one answered, I spoke. 16. And they did not hear, and they did evil in my eyes, and that which I did not desire they chose. pp. 17. 10:5. Hear the word of Yhwh, you who tremble at his word, they say, your brothers who hated you, who exclude you. 18, for my name's sake, let Yhwh be glorified, but he shall be seen in your joy, and they shall be ashamed. pp. 19. 6. A voice of noise from the city, a voice from the temple, the voice of Yhwh rendering recompense to his enemies. 7. Before she travailed. 20. She bore a child, before her pain came, she was delivered of a male. 8. Who has heard such as this? Who has seen? 21. Such things. Shall the earth be made to bear in one day? Or shall a nation be born at one time? Because traveling she also brought forth. 22. Even Zion, her children. 9. And shall I break water, and not cause a birth? Says Yhwh, shall I cause a birth? 23. And shut the womb? Says your God. pp. 24. 10. Rejoice with Jerusalem, and be glad with her, all who love her, rejoice with her for joy, all you mourning. 25. For her. 11. That you may nurse, and be satisfied with the breasts of her comforts, that you may drain out, and be delighted. 26. With the abundance of her glory. pp. 27. 12. Because, thus says Yhwh, behold, I will spread out to her like a river, peace, and like a flowing river the glory of the Gentiles. 28. And you shall nurse, on her side you shall be carried, and upon her knees caressed. 13. As a man whom his mother. 29. Comforts, so will I comfort you, and in Jerusalem you shall be comforted. 14. And when you see this, your heart shall rejoice. Column LIV Isaiah 66 verse 14 to 66:24:1. Continue 66:14, and your bones shall blossom like grass, and the hand of Yhwh shall be known to his servants, and his indignation to his enemies. pp. 2. 15. For, behold, Yhwh comes with fire, and with his chariots like a whirlwind, to return in fury his anger. 3. Plus his anger, and his rebuke with flames of fire. 16. For by fire Yhwh, will bring to judgment, plead, and with his sword. 4. All flesh, and the slain shall be many. 17. Those who sanctify themselves, and purify themselves in the gardens behind one plant. 5. In the midst, eating swine's flesh, and the abomination, and the mouse, together, shall be ended, says Yhwh. 18. NI 6. Know their works and their thoughts, the gathering is coming of all nations and tongues, and they shall, and Yod, and come, 7. And see my glory. 19, and I will set a sign among them, and I will send from those who escape to the Gentiles, 8. To Carthage, Pool, and Lud, Mesh, Ek, Cachet of Tubal, and Greece. To the isles afar off, who have not heard of 9. My message, nor seen my glory, and they shall tell my glory among the Gentiles. 20, and they shall bring all 10. Plus all plus, your brothers, and from all and the Gentiles an offering to Yhwh upon horses, and, in chariots, and wagons, 11. And upon mules, and upon dromedaries, to my holy mountain Jerusalem, says Yhwh, pp. 12. Just as the children of Israel bring a gift without corruption to the house of Yhwh. 21, also from them 13. I will take, them, plus to me plus, for priests and for Levites, says Yhwh. pp. 14. 22, because just as the new heavens and the new earth, which I will make, shall stand 15. Before me, says Yhwh, so they shall stand your seed and your name. 23, and it shall come to pass, that from one new moon to another, 16. And from one Sabbath to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, says Yhwh. 24, and they shall go out 17. And see the carcasses of the men who have transgressed against me, because their worm does not die, their fire, 18, will not be quenched, and they shall be an abhorrence to all flesh. Amen. Return to scroll directory. Return to Moellerhouse home page.